Oh well, I think I'm just going to stick with the clock for being our main hero of the story. So, let's get this going. This is going to take long enough. Good luck. So for reference, once again, I'm a terrible speedrunner of this game. So if you want to watch good speedrunners, watch 1666 or Croak or the Hulk whenever they run Terranigma. Other than that, we go into our first chapter, chapter 1. The Awakening. So, our main hero on the left is in the bed, Ark, he is called by default, and this other lady here with the purple hair, she is called Elle. In the German version at least, she is your girlfriend. Oops, I went the wrong way. And essentially what you're doing here, she tells you that we need to go to the Elder, and you may have seen in the intro that we kind of chased around the chicken a fair bit, and we let them get into the neighbor's house. So what happens here is we need to talk to this lady, who is apparently the owner of the house, and we need to apologize to her that we just kind of chased the chicken into her residence. After that, we just head back home, and after the Elder scolded us, he apparently is no longer home. The other guys here, they want to get into that blue door. That is one of the things that the Elder always told us, never open this door. However, we have a way to open this door anyways. You just throw two throwable items against the door, and then you run outside to skip the lot of cutscene. What essentially would happen, you smash the door, the cutscene plays, that is one of the few skips in the game by the way, and they would tell you, hey, there's something really weird happening, and they are really scared. Of course, our main protagonist, Ark here, he is not scared, he just goes exploring the depths of the cave, and weird starts to happen. You may have also seen the village. The village looks rather strange, but I'll get to that in a second. So this guy here, he tells us his name is Yomi. Or is it Fluffy? I don't know, either English or German version, those are the two names they use. So, this guy here explains us our inventory. More specifically, that box we just found, he tells us this is Pandora's box. We open Pandora's box, so we are the new rightful owner of the box. And Yomi also tells us that, well, since we now found the box and we are now the new owner of the box, we are the rightful guy to do this, so the events that the fate has foretold will be rolling into action now. What does that mean? We have no clue yet. Oh, Fluffy is the German name, so it's Yomi in English. Alright, fair enough. So, either way, he explains to you how the inventory works, and you will not normally be able to run around in your inventory anymore, unfortunately. You get the weapon here, the weapon of the ancient hero that we inherit now. This is called the Crystal Spear. The Crystal Spear is the weakest weapon, but it has the special property that as long as you are in this world, so to speak, it will continuously heal you once in a while. I think something like once HP every 5 seconds. After a while, we leave the box again, and our girlfriend here, Elle, just comes down. She tells us, hey, what are you doing? I'm really scared. Some weird stuff is happening now. And she gets frozen. She doesn't do anything anymore. And Yomi just tells you, alright, that is how the events will start to move into action. And as you look around the village, all the villagers, except for 2 guys, are completely frozen in time. One of the guys that is not frozen is the Elder. Everybody else no longer moves. It's as if they are frozen solid, because that's exactly what it is. And once you leave the house, you will see something really strange. There is an entrance to the village. So, here's the thing. Ark has never left the village. In fact, the entrance has never been visible for him before. And the Elder just kind of tells us, what have you done? You have opened the box of Pandora. You now need to seek out the 5 towers to save them. The 5 towers of, well, as the Guardian calls it, are here to test you. essentially for gameplay itself, that is just your tutorial section. And I'm going to go into my menu here and equip the weapon. This is your cursor you have, as I said. I think that's probably a scrapped idea to be able to run around in your inventory, because it would be way too awkward. So, the combat in this game is fantastic, by the way. You can run, jump, attack, and based on whether you jump, run, or stand and attack, you execute different attacks. In this room here, I needed to kill a specific enemy that released a soul. So, story-wise, all the enemies have souls inside them, and we should try to kill all the enemies to release all the souls. What are souls? We are not entirely sure either way. This will help us to defeat them. So in Terranigma, the big thing is you want to kill enemies along your way to level up as well as you can. And those first few enemies are easy enough to defeat by just using your standard jump attack while you're running past them. The goal is to have just enough experience that I will level up as soon as I kill the last enemy mini-boss here, while I'm standing on the top. That is for the speedrun. So here, this guy calls himself the Guardian, and he wants to test you. For that, he summons 4 hopples. Those guys are called hopples. And unfortunately, I don't get the option to stand on top of the door. He tells us now we have done well, and we are ready to enter into the first chamber of the tower. This is a level up, by the way. Level ups are fixed stats gains and, well, yeah, further on. And this is the first tower. Alright, take care, RJ. Thank you for dropping by and have a nice evening. So this is a really weird room, isn't it? And we actually don't know what's going on. Even if you explore the entire village, you still have no clue what is happening. Because this room is never explained, it's just the Guardian there that kind of tests you. I guess he tested your combat ability right now, and then he lets you into this area. All you know is the text that displays on screen. And what it tells you here is that you have just revived the first continent. Which one that will be, you will see in a second. If you know the world map of our real world, you might recognize it. It's actually, let's put it this way, kind of playing on our real world map, at least somewhat to scale. And this is Eurasia, as in Europe, Asia, Eurasia, I think. Actually, I may be wrong about this one. I forgot about it. Either way, what you see here is then those white balls go to the villagers and suddenly they are no longer frozen, including your girlfriend. There are still many villagers being frozen in your village when you return back home now. So, this is one of those things that I mentioned earlier. It's never really explained as to what is exactly happening there. But here's the thing. Earlier, I defeated an enemy, and out of that enemy appeared a soul. That soul explains to you that you need to defeat all the enemies and free the souls out of them so they can return. Or get freed, so to speak. So, what that essentially tells me, just as a casual player I guess, is that all villagers' souls have been removed, and that is why they were frozen. And apparently, soulless humans, I guess, are just completely blue. Or maybe they are blue. That is kind of what the game likes to make you believe. By the way, those guys here, if you look into their direction whenever you move through, 1 out of 3 things will happen. Either you can get stunned, as in he stares at you and you are frozen in place, or you both get stunned, which is rare, or he gets stunned. There's technically a fourth option, which someone might want to imply in chat, but I've never seen it yet. Either way, this is what I call the puzzle tower. And after you complete the puzzle tower, you step into the next chamber, reviving the next continent. Oh, is that America? Alright, that might have been North America, I don't actually know. So, okay, the next continent we just revived. Oh, by the way, here's another thing. It's never explained. This is, I think, South America. It's either Africa or South America, or maybe it's no, it might be America. I have no clue. I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, the first one is Eurasia. All right, this one is American. That is. Yes, it is a Japanese-style map. The other thing is never explained. In the first cutscene, you saw mountains covered with probably snow. Now it's raining and water. Essentially what that symbolizes is it's not just the continents that you revive. You revive basic resources, water, landmass, and also later on, probably other things that you need to live on. Oh yeah, this is South America. There we go. You wish more JRPGs with combat like this? You hate turn-based? It is very similar to me, at least speedrunning wise. I don't like running turn-based combat. I love this kind of combat style here. Frankly, in my opinion, this kind of combat is probably the most satisfying to play in any RPG I've ever played. It's very simple, as in, you don't have that many actions, but it's so fluent and responsive, it's amazing. Oh, whoops. I was not paying attention. So here the game teaches you about triggers and traps. And also, here you also can see I'm just using that slicing attack all the time. You don't need to press any of those switches if you're good enough. So that slicing attack, you become invulnerable for a pretty lengthy amount of time whenever you use that slicing attack, and you can use that to pass through traps without getting hit whatsoever. It's really awesome actually. Oops, I should have jumped there. And there we go. We are in this room here. So, and here you are introduced to the illusion of choice, as I like to call it, because you will never know that during casual playthrough, but you're given the choice to attack one out of three guys, left, right, or middle. But in reality, you don't actually have a choice, because it's either all of them are fake or all of them are real. So you just have a straight up flat chance to hit the quote-unquote correct one, and there's nothing you can do about it. So yeah, that's why I call it the illusion of choice. As you can hear, that was the correct one. So it's a 50-50 whether you choose the correct one or the wrong one. You need to deal 10 damage to those guys in order to defeat them. And there we go. This is, by the way, one of the bigger reset points in speedruns, since it can cost you a lot of time if you are given the wrong guy all the time. And here we go, into the third chamber. More and more souls return back to the villagers, and we can also start asking them what was happening with them. So, by the way, one theory that I mentioned earlier is all the monsters, they are basically powered by souls. As soon as they kill the monster, that soul is freed again and returns to the villagers. So, if you go now into the town, one of the little boys that you can talk to tells you, "Hey, Van," or One? Sure. Hey Ark, or whatever your name is. You were awesome. I've seen you. When I was sleeping, as in he was frozen, that was it. What he means with sleeping. He saw you. He saw you through the crystal blue bubbles that you were fighting monsters, and he was really, really awesome. What in reality happened is he was the monster. And that is how he got freed, because after we'd clear out all the towers, the monsters disappear, and the souls return back to the humans. Take care, Teddy Rave. Thank you for dropping by. So, the next continent we revived is Africa. I forgot to split. More souls return back to the villagers. And by the way, here's another thing. If you explore the first village, there are some things that seem to be kind of strange. There is an old man that tells you... Or actually, there's a man in the top right building of the village that tells you, whoever built this windmill, it must have been a genius. It runs and runs and runs and never stops. So essentially, he's the owner of the windmill. He has no idea who built that thing. By the way, this is just a little mini boss fight. He wants to test you. Oh yeah, the owner of the current windmill, he has no idea who built that thing, and it appears to be kind of strange for him to say something like that, at least in my opinion. And there are many little hints like that in the entire village. Also the fact that the entrance only appeared once we picked up the Pandora's box. Before that, the entrance was not there, technically speaking. If you actually walk between the trees, as in if I walk through wall cheat, you could have gone outside already, but in real story speaking, there was no exit yet. So, what happened there is, well, weird, isn't it? And here the Guardian decides to, hey, let's have some fun. How's about a little bit of a carnival? And now for our next show, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Hubble Company and their amazing performance and dance. The pattern for those Hubbles is always the exact same. See? So you can always exactly predict where those things are going to be. Come on, no! No! I missed it. I completely messed this up. So, earlier on, in this tower here by the way, I picked up a special item called the Crystal Thread. Either way, we've proven ourselves worthy 1/4 time, and we are going to revive the next continent. Hey Uncle Funky, yes, Terranigma indeed. So, more continents have been revived. Our task is almost over. There are only a few villages left that are now frozen. And here is something else that I really appreciate about this game. You're not the only hero of the story in this. As in, sure, you might be the main guy. But this game teaches you very early on that you're not the only one who has impact on this world. In fact, if I tried to enter the next tower right now, I would get pushed outside by the Guardian himself, and he would just tell us, you're not ready yet. You need to become truly ready to go out into the world. So what does that even mean? The short version is the game kind of teaches you that you need the help of other people, other powerful people one way or another. And it turns out your girlfriend Elle is one of those. She is a weaver and she creates clothing, stuff like that. And by the way, on the topic of creating things, it is told that you can create anything out of the crystal blue. Crystal blue are those... Thank you, Zillerfire. I get you in a sec. Crystal blue are those flying bubbles that you see in the village floating around. That is called crystal blue. And the villagers tell you that you can create literally anything out of those. Literally anything. Oh well. Either way, we need to bring the... As you can see, they are still frozen. We need to bring the crystal thread to our girlfriend. She tells us that, hey, this is an amazing thread. I want to weave a cloak for you. Come back later or tomorrow when I'm done with it. Silverfire, thank you! Rumps. 9 rumps in a row. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. And hey guy, how are you doing? And Silverfire, I hope you're doing well too. So, we go back to sleep. By the way, at the very beginning, Ark had a nightmare where he tells his girlfriend that he dreamt that the world would end. In the middle of the night, we wake up. Kind of silent. And here's another little bit about storytelling in this game. Those little girls are still standing out here, frozen. No one bothered to bring them inside. Your girlfriend is working through the night just to get that magical cloak and weaving done, so you would have good protection as soon as possible. But essentially those frozen bodies, or those girls outside, that's kind of the most interesting part to me. It is a little bit of a grim reminder that you are not done with your task yet. You need to continue and move on. Even the chicken are frozen. So, we move on. She tells us that, as in initially she was just praying for your safety, and she was putting that prayer into her weaving. That is kind of how it becomes so powerful. He also never sleeps in the bed. He always falls out of the bed. And, well... then she just kind of told you, or basically she asked you whether you think you can handle this one way or another. She's also afraid that she feels like she might be leaving soon. And she also asks you, are you going to leave me? She has a kind of a feeling that this might be happening soon. You can give her 2 answers. You can either tell her, I don't know, maybe, we don't know where our destiny leads us. Or you can tell her, no, I'm never going to leave you. It doesn't really have an impact, but you don't really have the choice. Or you don't really know what is going to happen anyways, at least not initially, or more specifically, our little hero Ark does not know. So here, I'm going to equip her weaving that she gave us. And that, by the way, I did not even bother to equip the very first armor because it's not necessary. I equipped the new armor, and now we enter the final tower, where the Guardian immediately freezes us in place, and we can not do anything except hit, I guess. The Guardian realizes, okay, you are now prepared, you're ready to enter the tower. And so, in this final tower, your job is to just ascend it as soon as you can, and don't get distracted by the light, because that is a trick and you would fall down if you're actually going there. So, the Guardian tells you, you are now ready for your final test, which is your first boss, called the Shadow Keeper. The Shadow Keeper is one of those bosses where you have to hit his claws first, and then you can hit the rest. As you can see, as long as I time my attacks properly, those are called slicers by the way, I will be able to never get hit. But the big thing about Terranigma is really that timing your attacks like that is really difficult because of the lag. This is probably the big issue Terranigma has. Lag is a huge problem. The bosses are mighty and grand and great, but they also cause a lot of lag, so it can be really difficult to keep up your invulnerability frames of the slicers, which is rather unfortunate. And by the way, if you play the English version in PAL or other PAL versions, this is not nearly as much of an issue, because the game is slowed down. The Super Nintendo specifically has enough time to process it properly, and so the slowdown actually works out well for casual gameplay. Am I reviving Moo? Yes. And so, we revived the last continent. By the way, Van, I might need some guidelines where I need to go. I plan on going on the Boogie Pike because that's just straight up easier if you're not practiced anymore. So I'm not entirely sure where I need to go. I think I remember, but I'm not sure. But if you don't stick around, that's fine as well. Just saying, I might ask you if you're still around. And no, Terranigma is not about different timelines. It is way more complex than that. The Guardian is your future self come back to guide you. Really? I've not heard about that one before. It's interesting. Either way, it looks like the surface... I guess I can tell you now, in case you didn't realize it yet. Where you live, where Ark has grown up, our hero, and the entire village, that is the underground. We have just revived all the continents on the surface. This is the underground world. That is where we start. That is why the overworld looks so weird when you run from tower to tower. That is why it's so weirdly meant. All the remaining souls return back to the villagers, and you can ask all of them about what just happened. What happened to them? And well, we move on. Resurrect Polynesia? I don't think so. I mean, you cannot even read it, so that doesn't help you. But yeah, there are 2 hidden continents that you can revive. One is over here. You can only revive them once you have visited all the 5 towers. One is this one, that is called Mu, and on Mu there is a special weapon that is really powerful, but just very slightly, ever so slightly slower as a route to get compared to not getting it. It's not even a minute from what I know. There is a second continent you could revive, and that is Polynesia, which doesn't do anything, not even casually, but it's interesting anyways. You can get matcha points over there. So either way, we have completed our task. We can finally return home. Home to our village. Home to where everybody is. And that is kind of where the game really starts, as you may expect. The Elder tells us that, well, it looks like you've proven yourself worthy. Worthy? Worthy of what? Essentially, the Elder will explain to you. You have a much greater task ahead of you. And we also tried to say goodbye to our girlfriend, because we are not going to see her for quite a long time. And this is where she stops you from entering her room in the first place. She tells you, stop, don't come inside here. She had the feeling that you would go on a grand journey. And she tells you, please don't come inside. I want you to remember me the way I was before, laughing and smiling. Because, well, she's not laughing and smiling now. The exact opposite. She does not want you to see her while she's crying, because you're leaving on a grand journey. The elder asks you whether you have everything, whether you're ready. And we tell him, yeah, we are ready. Let's go. We jump into the hole and get to the surface. And that is how our first chapter ends. And greetings to you, mates. Thank you for the good luck. Take care, Square Bear. Thank you for dropping by. So, Chapter 2. Resurrection of the surface. So, we have resurrected all the continents, but the surface itself is still very much uninhabitable, as in, everything is dead, everything is just barren. There is no way life can be here. There are no plants, nothing, it's way too hot, it's a desert, really. Everything is red. The Elder's kind of a god. Come on, spoilers! Yes, he is kind of a god, it's not wrong. So, and here we are tasked with the, well, quest to resurrect the world. How do we do that? We initially have no plan, so we just wander around until we find this place here. This is where the Ratri calls out to us. Oh, I think that was it. Was it his one? Oh, that was wrong. Where was it? Was it this one? Oh, that was the wrong thing. I'm looking for one healing item. I know there's one over here. Oh, but that's not what I was looking for. I'm just looking for healing items for safety. Because I'm nowhere near as practiced anymore as I used to be, I think getting safety healing items is fine. So, the Crystal Spear, by the way, still the weakest weapon that I can have, is no longer healing me. And we are just wandering through this tree. So, as it turns out, this is the Ratri. And the Ratri called out to us that, please help me, there is some corruption and bad things going on inside. And he asks you to help him get rid of that monstrosity, so to speak. Wait, I went the wrong way. So that is kind of what the Ratri asks of you. He wants you to... Did I go the wrong way? Oh dear. No, I actually went the right way, never mind. He asks you to help him get rid of those corruption, that sickness that is going on inside him. And this is kind of how you die. Whoopsie. It's XS3. No, it's the exact opposite. Yeah, I have not run this in quite some time, by the way, in case you couldn't tell. The nice thing about Terranigma is, even if you die, you don't actually lose progress outside of having to run all the way back now. But that is kind of embarrassing, but whatever, it's okay. I expect to lose a lot more time later on anyways. And greetings, Lexo. Lexomanico is another runner who is a lot better, as you may imagine, in this game than me. Just shouting him out. So either way, moving on. Maybe this time I will remember where I need to go to. In case you're wondering why I'm constantly using that attack everywhere whenever I go into screen transitions, that is because it is faster to use a slicer if you just are arriving in a loading zone or a cutscene screen or whatsoever. There we go. That's where I need to go. I was really confused right there. So yeah, I'm just running through the tree. The essential goal here is to get rid of the corruption. By the way, I also have a shield which can block projectiles, which is quite nice. The corruption? What is the corruption? So essentially what that means is there is one big bad boss entity in various areas that just causes the corruption. In this case, it is the corruption of the plant life. I defeated that flower and released a little soul. In various areas, kind of like in the tower, when you defeat certain enemies, it will release certain souls, and this one here helps us in the sense that that soul was a flower on the right here. If you talk to it, it would tell us, hey buddy, thank you for releasing me. Take that leaf, it will help you swim. So, up to now, our hero here could actually not swim. But now, with the leaf, we can start to finally swim in the water as well without, well, having to respawn on the land. So, other than that, we just backtrack now, because now we can swim and reach other places. So it turns out that at the very bottom of the tree, there are still uncorrupted plants left over. So what that means for us is essentially we need to somehow find a way to remove the corruption and return the tree's life back to its former state. And that is kind of the storytelling portion of Terranigma. It's never exactly explicitly explained to you, but essentially the raw tree, this tree we are inside here, is essentially the very essence of the plant life, as in, because the plant life got corrupted by something, as you have no idea what, there are just monsters everywhere, and that's the corruption, or that's how the corruption manifests. Once we managed to free the raw tree, by the way, that was the raw dewdrop that we just picked up on the flower on the left. There was armor on the left that prevents being poisoned, and that is really, really handy for us. And then I also picked up a crystal. Let's go in order. The raw dewdrop is an item you need to consume in order to be able to face the boss. If you go into the boss's lair right now, you could, technically speaking, you would not be able to continue staying in there. It will just give a little cutscene and it throws you outside. Because of the poisonous gases, you get knocked unconscious and you get thrown out the room, so to speak. Outside of that, we also get the armor. As I said, it prevents being poisoned, which is kind of handy to say the least. And more importantly, the little crystal that I picked up is essentially a type of maximum spell power, you could say. The more crystals I pick up, the more maximum spells I will be able to use. We only use very specific spells. There are spells in this game, but for the most part they are kind of not that good, even in casual. There is one specific instance where spells are actually not too bad, but for the most part they are rather weak, really. So, here, we fight against the essence of the corruption in the raw tree. And he spawns those little parasite thingies, and that is what I want. So in a speedrun, levels are paramount. As in, the higher level you are, the more damage you deal. And if you reach a certain level, your damage will just skyrocket. You can see I deal 1 to 3 damage right now to those little pellets when they spawn. They have only 1 or 2 HP, and they give full experience like a normal enemy, and that is why I want to kill them. So what I want him to do is spawn a ton of those. As you can see, my damage already doubled just from leveling up once. My goal is to get to level 10. So I will be grinding on those little things for quite a while, in fact. Because with level 10, this is the earliest, really quick way to level up in this game. I will be able to... Oopsie, that was not good. I will be able to move through the next areas, killing stuff just as I go by. And that is essentially my goal. You grind up here just enough to be able to kill stuff along the way quickly, and then you move on to the next area. That was rather embarrassing, dying again. That is, by the way, why I picked up the health pellets, but I got hit twice in quick succession and I didn't react in time. So other than that, I'm going to be grinding on that little boss for quite some time. I also need to keep track of his health. I dealt 16 damage to him in this try before, which I don't want to kill him until I have reached a certain level. And so it would not have been good if I killed him before I reached that level. So that was actually pretty bad on my end. But if you need to get something to drink, go to the bathroom, now is a good time, because I will just be counting damage on the boss and waiting until I get to the correct level. So let me try to read chat real quick as well. And greetings, Tool Media. Welcome. I don't think it's an official trilogy. I think it's 13. I'm just going to count damage. I'm sorry, I cannot really count chat while counting, because I'm terrible at counting, so I have to fully focus on it. 19. 20. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30. What you could do, Riku, 33, is add up all the damage, and at some point I will just stop, and you could tell me the exact number. Because I usually stop really early, probably way too early. 37. I usually stop at 95. He has 110 HP, and you just don't want to kill him before. I already lost it again. I think it's 38. 39 now. 41, 43, 45. And good evening, Lycan. How are you doing? I want to read chat. 6, 7, 9. There's 3. See. 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70. Okay, 10 more spawns of those things and then I'm done. Come on, it's a 1 in 3 chance for him to spawn parasites. Two. Four. Oopsie. That's why I stopped early, by the way. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 1 more. Thank you. Oh yeah, I stopped way early there. So, we are now at level 11. And we move on. So, as I mentioned earlier, this was the corruption of the Ratri. And we just managed to remove it. And, as I said some point ago, this essentially means all the plant life on the entire planet can now return back to the surface. Up until now it was corrupted and held back by those monstrosities and beasts, but because we defeated the root of those beasts, the Ratri is now sprouting again, and that means we have managed to revive plant life on the planet. You might think, this is going to take a really long time to spread all over the planet. But here something else comes into play. Time doesn't really mean that much in this game. Or more specifically, it is very twisted and stretched at times, and merged in others. It is not a straight line as we know it. And that is kind of where the difficulty to understand the story of this game comes into play on top of it. Give me a second. Alrighty. But it's interesting that even with the corruption there is still life deep below, shows that even if there's all bad, there is something good. We can go with that. That is not bad. Either way, eventually our hero, Ark, will wake up, and this is where everything has been mended apparently. The Ratri that we talk to now is really pleased with us, and he gives us a special gift. This is a spell called the... well, it's a healing spell. I don't know what the thing is called. Either way, the healing spell allows me to cast a full heal that will allow me to, well, regain certain crystals. Now let me explain to you real quick. This is the overworld, and because we revived the plant life, all the plants are now back and happy. Further, we can still talk with plants. They are living beings in this world. And we also can talk with animals. Seems natural, right? Because that's kind of how this game works. The next thing that we need to do is the Ratri told us further to the northwest, there is more corruption to be destroyed. More specifically, now that the Ratri, the plant life, has returned, it is time to awaken the birds. The flying life, so to speak. Here I pick up a strength potion. Strength is a really useful resource in this game, because if you are strong enough you will do tons of damage. If you're not strong enough you do 1 or 2 damage. It's very specific in that. Either way, because I'm now level 11, that is actually quite over level for this area. I'm able to just one-shot many of the enemies that are along the way, outside of those stone golems. But even those stone golems will be defeated within time, so to speak. I'll wait a little bit until the sand or the mud guy wakes up, so I can defeat him as well. So this is essentially one of the most efficient ways to level up in this game. You just defeat enemies along the way. Here, I pick up a new weapon. This weapon will allow me to smash through rocks. I also used up the strength potion. Now I have 1 more strength, which will help us further. And then I equip this new weapon. This is the rock spear. The rock spear does a lot more damage to rock type enemies, you could say, because, well, rock spear and all. So I now also one-shot those stone golems. On top of that, I now am able to smash through those grey boulders. If you try to go into different areas before you have the rock spear, those grey boulders would be in your way and you could not progress any further. So you need to find this weapon first. And that is, I think, the only weapon that has this kind of special effect in this game. Everywhere else you need to find different abilities and items that help you progress. The rock spear itself is, I think, the only weapon that has this kind of special effect on anything in this game. So, and we are just moving on through the areas here, in search of the corruption and also in search for more useful tools that will help us along the journey. Those are the rocks I was talking about. You need the rock spear to smash through them. So those little guys have a really specific name that I can't remember right now. Either way, they are kind of strong. I went the wrong way. I forgot I needed to hold right there. Whoopsie. Oh yeah, they are called Borfus. Thank you. So, those stone golem mask type thingies, if you don't kill them, they will cause an earthquake and not only stun you, but remove this entire brown bridge type thingy. And so you would fall down back into the previous room, where you get hit, no matter what you do basically. Here, we find the nest of those, let's say, corrupted birds, whatever they are called. And in that nest we find a claw. We just essentially took a claw of a bird and now we can climb up those weird walls that have those holes in them. Essentially we just gain climbing material. With that, we will be able to visit new places, such as right up here. Bum, 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 bum. Technically speaking, in a tool-assisted speedrun setting, it is faster to alternate between holding up and not holding up. But because I'm not a tool-assisted speedrun, it is more reasonable for me to just straight up hold up. And here we get to the next grinding spot. This is way easier for me to keep track of. But essentially what happens here is those little guys have 38 health, and I believe 5 out of 6 times I one-shot them, and only 1 out of 6 times I don't one-shot them. There, this guy took 33 damage. Once I hit level 12, I will be able to guaranteed one-shot them, which makes this a fair bit easier to handle. So, normally in a regular speedrun, you would either only go to level 12 and then move on, which makes the upcoming section a bit more difficult, or you would go to level 13 if you're just a beginner speedrunner. For marathon runs, generally speaking, the runners tend to go for 14 at least. Well, they used to go for 14. I think because I'm just straight up not practiced anymore, I'm going to go for level 14, which means this will take an additional about 2 minutes or so until I will hit that. For that, you will see why that is going to be. And by the way, Man, if you're still here, what are the numbers for level 14? I actually forgot about that. Or anyone else for that matter. So yeah, level grinding in a speedrun for this game here is actually a really big deal, because technically speaking, the most efficient grind in the entire game is the upcoming boss. So as I mentioned, we are technically looking to remove the corruption from the bird population, as in kind of like the parasite boss was the corruption for the plant life, there is a corruption for the birds. If we defeat that bird boss, the birds will be able to return back to normal. And greetings QB Cat, how are you doing? 4345, thank you very much, appreciate that. So, that is the story-wise, we should defeat that corruption as soon as possible, but gameplay-wise, it is the most efficient grind in the entire game. So whenever you defeat the bird, it will give you 500 experience. For reference, those little guys give you something like 13 or so. I don't actually remember the number. It is in comparison really not much. So, if you could somehow kill the bird and reset the arena so you can kill him again, that would be the most efficient thing, and coincidentally, you can do that. In fact, killing the bird and then resetting the arena is the standard speedrun strategy now. So what you do in that arena, to explain what is going to happen, you weaken the bird far enough that as soon as you hit him, you will be able to remove enough HP off of him that as soon as you are done, well, let's say killing the bird, you can just jump off the left or the right side, and with that, as soon as you jump off the left or the right side, you still gain the experience if you kill the bird, but you will still reset the fight so you can kill him again. And so you gain 500 experience just like that. So there are two necessary things that need to be present for that to happen. One, the bird needs to dive down onto your platform so you can actually hit him for that, which is only something like a 1 in 4 chance of happening in the first place, so you need to get lucky. On top of that, you also need to know exactly how much damage you're dealing. So for, let's say, level 17, you can just literally one-shot the bird no matter what. But before that, you need to be able to prepare him for certain damage numbers. Also, critical hits will play against you. If you kill him with a critical hit before you are ready to set up, that is bad. And then, even further on top of that, whenever you level up, you do not get the opportunity to keep running or jumping off the side. So what that means, for the level up kill, you will already need to be up off the abyss in order for you to be able to kill the bird. So, you need to prepare the bird in a way that he has just enough life that when you jump over the abyss to the side, he needs to be in position for you to hit him, and then he needs to die to that hit. It is not as complicated as it sounds initially, it's just very specific. "24 plus 1. I don't think I could even do that if I tried to. Alright, we are level 14, now we move on. Yeah, 14 is better if I accidentally land a crit. Which, by the way, that is kind of my thing. I land crits on the birds all the time. That's just what I do, I guess. So, we climb all the way to the top and will arrive at the birds within due time. So, this is the bird. And I just messed up. 29? I don't know whether 29 is good. I have no idea about numbers anymore. I will just assume that is fine. Oh yeah, for the initial one is fine. So 4, 3, 4, 5. So my goal is to level up to level 18 on the bird here. Alright, there we go. This is what I can do as long as I don't level up yet. So that was 1 kill. After 4 kills I will level up, so I can do 3 kills like that. The 4th... That's 2. The 4th one I will need to prepare and... well, for me to kill him properly. Also, by the way, I scrolled the bird off screen quickly in order for me to reset him coming quicker. So now I need to prepare. 33 is not good enough, is it? Actually, it is probably good enough for 2 slashes. Oh, Atheist Man, thank you very much for the host. I really appreciate that. And good evening. Alright, I got the first one here. I'm really surprised I didn't mess it up. I'm level 15, and now we kill it twice more, then we will level up on the 3rd one. We just need him to dive down here. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. One more. Then I need to prepare. And greetings, Legend Suite. Yes. I did used to run Terranigma, as in I learned Terranigma quite a long time ago. And I like running it once in a while explaining the story, that is. I've never been actually good at speedrunning it, but I really like the game and the story, so I'd like to share that with people once in a while. That actually worked. I can't believe I got the thing on the right side. That is just crazy. I did not even know you could get on the right side. No, blah, blah, blah. Whatever, it's level 16 now. It's okay. Oh well. This is why I leveled up to 14, in case I kill him early accidentally. Level 16 is completely fine. That is still over-leveled, well over-leveled for the next area. I just accidentally did a run attack without thinking. That was not good. Where's your bot? My bot has no Wi-Fi or wireless. I have no idea why. I need to look into that later. Sorry, Tech. The laptop is running, but I don't have connection to the internet right now with it. So, either way, that was the bird grind. We removed the corruption from all the bird life. So what does that mean is... all the birds are back! Yay! This place is called the Sanctuary, and we're the equivalent of the Raji, who is responsible for all the plant life, so to speak. There is this guy called the Big Bird, or the Boss Bird. I actually don't know what it is called. Either way, there's the King Bird, right up here, and he looks really majestic. Really fit for that kind of task that he has... yep, he's sleeping. So either way, the King Bird tells us that... thank you for saving us. We really appreciate that. But for some reason... the wind has not yet returned. Could you please go and look what is up with the wind? And, if necessary, awaken it. And that is exactly what we do. So the birds can actually not go anywhere unless we revive the wind. So, moving on here. We get into this cave here, where we will wake up the wind by throwing stones at him. Apparently the wind is in there. So, this is one of two skips in this game. Or one of the few skips in this game. Where I go into the box as soon as I throw the last rock. And then I can already move during this cutscene here. And that allows me to get out early. Really handy. Either way, we wake up the wind has finally returned now, and the birds are happy and can fly all over the world. Since we removed the corruption of the birds, it is time to move into the next area where we will remove the corruption for the next beasts. So this one is going to be slightly different than the other ones, because we will get transported to the animal kingdom. The kingdom of the mammals, as it is called. Also, by the way, the King Bird will give us the so-called wind pin. And what that does, that's another spell that we gained. A one-time use spell, by the way, because you would need to buy them again if you wanted to use more of them. And that one-time use spell is for you there to... I hope I talk with the correct bird, by the way. We'll see. That one-time use spell is for you to remove any negative status effects. By the way, in case you were wondering, we just started in Africa. And we fly to the east. Wait, did we fly to the east? Did I go the wrong way? Oh, no, sorry. We started in South America, and we fly to the east to Africa, that way around. What is in Africa? Lions, giraffes, rhinos, stuff like that. And the bird is kind of confused as to why they are not here. He tells us that, oh well, I guess they don't like being around here. And so, naturally, we kind of realize that there's probably something else going on. It turns out, here, we are in an area called Zoo, as in ZU. In Zoo, there is more of that corruption stuff going on, and we need to remove the source of it. Further, it's not just that there's corruption going on, this is a bit more complex in this case. We also need to return give me 1 second. We also need to return the... oopsie. Source of all life back into this area, and that is the water. So, also, for me to get the water back to its original place, I need to kill specific enemies that contain souls, and those souls return to the shrines, and essentially return the source of life back to the areas. Every time I do this, I need to do this a total of 3 times, grass will return back to the areas, the rotten trees will be gone, and, well, that's it. We will be able to get to new areas because we can now swim through water where there was none before. The rotten trees we will be able to pass through because they are no longer there. And all the life can return. Though for some reason, this is not technically strictly associated with the corruption itself. It's never explained what this tribe is or what it is trying to do, or what exactly is happening here. All we know is that we just need to return the souls back to their original shrines so they can bring back life to the area. By the way, this is where you need the rock spear for the last time. If you don't have it equipped here, you would need it still. There are some other weapons you could pick up along the way, but they are just strictly not worth it. Plus, in a speedrun you are severely overleveled anyways, so it doesn't really make that much of a difference. I think there's money in here. No, it's not money. Never mind. Money was in a different chest. So, we need to hit that frog so he smashes us into the wall so we can actually get through. That is literally how you do that. Whenever you hit the frog, they will essentially breathe, well, a ton of air that will just straight up move you over there. Also, I forgot to pick up an additional crystal because I'm doing the Embu route, so I did pick up that one over there. Alrighty, moving on. As usual, I'm trying to kill enemies just along the way. That is the most efficient way to gain experience in this game. Technically even more efficient than killing the bird boss over and over again. At least in theory, I guess. So, pick up some money, and here is one of the HP potions that you can pick up, and normal runners do pick up in more regular runs of this. More regular runs only got to level 28 at the end. I will be going to level 29 since I'm doing a slightly different route. So, I killed the frog over there, and he gave me a little bit of a boost back to this area, since I just need to go back anyways. Then we go back over here. You cannot jump off the side of those things for some reason. I'm not sure why. Wait, tower 2 is slightly slower? I thought it was the other way around. Interesting. Wait, do I need to go to the left here? No, it's fine. Alright, this was the 3rd shrine. We have actually returned water to Africa in general, and now we will be able to return the mammal population. But we need to also make sure that this water drainage is no longer happening. So how do we do this? Well, we go and take the life out of the source of all that chaos. And for that we'll just go back here. Oopsie. I'll move on. By the way, this area, if you spend too much time into one zone, will start raining. In theory, the rain is actually a good thing for you, because those turtles that explode into fire will no longer explode into fire when it's raining. And it looks pretty awesome too. It's just... for a speedrun it's no good if you're slow, so that doesn't happen. It's really nice. Take care, Riku. Thank you very much for dropping by, and have a nice evening. Thank you very much. So, this is where, for the next time, I'm equipping the very first weapon instead of the raw spear. The reason is, this guy is a boss like most of the bosses, and most of the bosses are just strictly... I'm just going to do this now. This is the healing spell that heals me to full, and also gives me 5 Magi Rocks back. Technically speaking, I would have had to use 5 Magi Rocks to buy the healing spell. But because I got the healing spell right away, I didn't have to buy it. So I essentially gained 5 free Magi Rocks just by using the healing spell there. Magi Rocks is essentially currency to buy healing spells. That's the short version. Either way, like most of the bosses, this guy is 80% immune to elemental damage. That includes the rock spear, which is probably something like Earth Elemental. I don't know what element it is. Either way, he is taking severely less damage from the rock spear over taking a neutral spear like the crystal spear. That's why you equip the weakest weapon, but because you're so over-leveled, you kill him rather quickly anyways. And so, the mammal sky finally returned back to their home. We have managed to free all of them. And so, kind of like the raw tree is for the plant life, kind of like the kingbird is for all the birds, there is naturally a, let's say, divine entity for the animals. And of course, that is going to be, well, you'll see it in a second. Wasn't it just 4 Magi Rocks? Oh, it might be 4, sorry. But either way, you gain Magi Rocks from when you use spells, and you essentially buy spells with Magi Rocks and a little bit of money. So you have, your Magi Rocks essentially represent your maximum amount of spells that you can buy at a time. And so here we have lions. The king lion just tells his, well, little companions, "Stop, don't eat this human." Initially they threatened to eat you because how could a human be so foolish to enter this lair? He's going to be a good snack. But the King Leo, which is his name, of the king lions, tells them, "Guys, don't do that, he just saved us." More specifically, King Leo is a bit of more on the proud side. Let's put it that way. He does not necessarily want to ask you for a favor, but his wife doesn't have as much reservation. She just kind of straight up asks you, "Hey, could you please go to the valley in the south and look for our son? Our son Liam is about to do his trial to become, well, to grow up, I guess. Something like a trial of courage that he has to do. But because there is still corruption around, the lady just asks you, please, could you see that he is not in bad shape or so?" And so we find the little lion being, well, really not in good shape because he was being bullied by 2 birds. We defeat the birds and he just kind of goes, "Oh, thank you, big guy. That was really awesome. That was amazing. But I don't want to go home yet. I need to complete my trial of courage." And so he just continues wandering through the trial. And this is your little escort quest for this game. He just wanders very, very slowly until he arrives over here, where I have to wait for him. as soon as he jumps up, I can go up too, otherwise he will not jump up. He essentially uses you as a jumping thing, so he can jump up there. Then you talk to him again, and we are in the next screen. He just runs out ahead, and then he gets scared again. You need to... and he asks you, "Hey, quick guy, could you help me again, please?" And from this moment on, you're just kind of moving on. By the way, Krille, if I'm saying something wrong, I know you recently run through the English version. Please correct me in this case. But that's just kind of what I remember from memory. Yeah, Maggie rocks are not single use. That is what I thought as well, casually as a kid. So I never used spells whatsoever, which isn't the worst because spells are not terribly strong, except for one instance. For Bloody Mary they are kind of strong, or good enough anyways. At least the lightning ones. Thank you, Krille, appreciate that. So, and little Liam just kind of says, "Whoa, big guy! That's a maze, right? Let's try whether we get through." I'm not sure whether he says that here, but I know that those little things drop gold, and since you need to wait anyways, you might as well go and pick up that gold. Here, Liam will just kind of ask you, "Hey, big guy, you're so tall, where should we go?" You can say to the left or to the right, and you need to tell him to go to the right. Or you could also tell him that you don't know. If you tell him to go to the left, he will end up in a dead end, and he's kind of disappointed in you that you, well, just led him the wrong direction. Other than that, we just kind of wait for him at the exit again. Defeat all the enemies very slowly. Try to get a bit of money here. There. Thank you, Tag. That picture is amazing. Let me try to get that on screen real quick while I'm waiting for that. I do. Alright, I didn't find the picture, sorry. Either way, that picture Tag posted is really worthwhile to watch. So here, we finally get a little bit of speed because Liam decided to follow and trust us. And then we get to this little bridge here. Don't move too fast or Liam falls. Don't move too slow or you fall. Just need to... it's not difficult, but you just need to pay attention. Plus, do not go into the next screen before you talk to Liam. Otherwise you need to redo this entire section again. It's kind of silly. And here, Liam will test you, "Hey, big guy, you are really strong, right? Let's see who is faster going up that cliff." And all of a sudden, Liam can run really fast. Or jump really fast. I mean, hey, it's okay. He will tell you, "Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go!" And you will never be able to make it up the cliff faster than he does. Except if you're a tool-assisted speedrun. But even if you make it up there faster than him, he will still tell you, "Haha, it was quicker." So yeah, there's that. And so we arrive at the end of the trial, in a sense, where a mud doll is waiting. The mud doll here is just kind of mocking you. Ha! Puny little humans. And essentially what you have to do here is, you and Liam, you work together. He brings you rocks and you throw it at the mud doll. The damage on the rocks does not matter whatsoever. You only need to hit him a certain amount of times. Even if you land critical hits with the rocks, it doesn't matter at all. And yes, a tool-assisted speedrun can beat him. But it doesn't matter. He will always mock you that you have been slower. there we go. The mud doll just kind of, okay, I concede, you can't pass, let me build a bridge for you. Ah! And then he throws you down after the bridge. Liam is really not happy about that he just threw the big guy down the cliff. Liam has no idea whether you survived that fall or not, but we know that for some reason falling forever doesn't really seem to hurt us much. And so Liam gets really mad at the doll, and he decides to start and fight him. This is where the little lion starts stepping up, and is really not happy about the mud doll deceiving him. You can hear the little mud balls that the doll is throwing. You can hear Liam attacking the doll. Then after a while, the battle music fades. By the way, I go into and out of the box to make the text go faster away anyways. You go. After a while the text fades, hear a boom, and that is probably that the mud doll has fallen. The mud doll, by the way, begs for mercy at the end, but Liam has no such mercy. It's never explained whether Liam actually kills the mud doll or not. Jazz Quantry is in the opinion that Liam showed some mercy, probably anyways. And in the end, Liam just kind of goes, hey, there was a weird stone falling down. We tell Liam that, hey, you can't keep this star stone. Keep it as a testament to your courage, that you managed to succeed in the trial of courage. And well, we give that to Liam. He calls a seagull that brings us out of there, and we go back to King Leo. Oopsie. I forgot to split there. That's okay. So then we talk to King Leo, and he just kind of goes, kind of like the proud lion he is, he just kind of... It takes him a while until he manages to say thank you. And he also, as a gift for you, gives you a new weapon. The... Lion's Fang? I don't remember what the weapon is called. Either way, he gives you a new weapon, which is quite strong. And he also tells you, he told the rhinos, why he told the rhinos, not the hippos, I don't know. He told the rhinos to form a bridge over here, for you to be able to cross the lake more easily. Here I purchased some safety bolts that will help me in my further journey. Also, if I never use those bulbs, I would not have to purchase any more later. But hey. So, moving on, we get to Eklamara. We now freed the plant life, the bird life, the mammals. What is next? A Yeti. What a cute Yeti. Did I just get up there without even stopping? Wow. That was really lucky. I forgot about him. If you get hit while climbing up, you get knocked down. Either way, we go through the Himalaya. Yes, this is the Himalaya. And here is where our companion Yomi tells us, hey, you see that Yeti? It looks like he's hurt and he is resting in this geyser in the hot spring and tending to his wounds. Maybe if we bring him an herb that isn't around in this area specifically, he could become our ally instead. And, well, okay, let's find the herb. Maybe he is going to help us later down the road. By the way, those enemies here are an example of enemies that are immune to specific type of attacks. Those crystals, you can defeat them with just regular slashes. However, you can only defeat those imps with their pitchforks with jumping attacks. They do not take damage from ground attacks. And here we have another little flower. The little flower tells us, hey, you're looking for that herb? Sure, I can give you some. And the little flower hands us an herb. Now we can go and help the Yeti. How cute. We also equipped a new weapon that we got earlier. We didn't need to do that before, it was just not necessary. We use the health potion, which technically is not necessary for my rogue, but whatever, and we equip the herb. So now we go back and help the Yeti. Let's go. Brother! So by the way, Ark, our hero, also asks Yomi, hey Yomi, how do you know all those things? Why did you know that there is that plant over there? Etc. Yomi doesn't give you an answer to that, but it's just kind of interesting that, wow, Yomi, you know a lot about those things. That's kind of interesting. So here, we give the plant to the Yeti. His wounds are instantly healed and he tells us, here, come over here. And then he helps us. How he helps us? This way. And he throws us across the lake. That way we can progress further into the Himalaya. Really handy. By the way, don't read chat if you don't want to have spoilers, I guess. I don't manage to read chat right now too properly. So. Oh no! Whatever, I wanted to kill them, but I already reached level 17, I should have just let it go. We do usually want to kill those wolves, I just completely messed up, unfortunately. Ah! So, we smash into the wall here, and what happens in a snowy mountain when you smash into a wall? An avalanche! You can't run away from it, but you will never escape it. Either way, after we get hit by the avalanche, we land in an icy cave deep underground, where we get woken up by a goat. That mountain goat, he tells us, hey, could you take a look at my husband? And she tells you, he's not breathing, is he? And unfortunately we have to disappoint the goat that no, he's no longer alive. We cannot, not even us, a human, can help him. And it's just a cold body at this point. And then the goat also tells us, hey, maybe we can find a way outside. And after a while, we didn't find a way outside. The goat just tells us, maybe we should go to rest for now. So yeah, we caused an avalanche which caused two goats. One unfortunately died immediately. In the middle of the night, the goat asks us, hey, are you afraid of the dark? And you can either answer yes or no. And if you answer yes, it's just kind of... it's a wise choice to be wary of the dark. And in the morning we get woken up by the goat, which just kind of goes smashing into a wall. And she also tells us, hey, we need to be strong in order to be able to escape, right? So here, eat something. And she leads you over to her husband. Ark, our hero, just kind of goes, I can't eat that. That is your husband. How would I be able to do that? That doesn't... no. That is kind of a morbid little story, to say the least. Further, the goat managed to smash open a way into a different room, and from here we can climb up. Unfortunately, the wall is too icy for the goat herself to be able to climb up, and she just tells us, okay, I will find a different way out. You just go on ahead. You seem to be on an important quest, so please don't worry about me. And so we move on, leaving the goat all by herself. And by the way, little spoiler since we don't revisit that in a speedrun. If you go back there later down the road, once you are further into the game, and revisit the goat, you will not find a single body or a single dead cold body of a goat. You will find two. Because that unfortunately means the goat did not survive this. She helped you escape, but unfortunately you had nothing to help her. That's it. kind of like how this game just kind of doesn't try to make everything nice and happy in the end. That's just kind of how life is, little kid. And because the first experience of being trapped in a hole was so awesome, we jump into another hole in order to be able to get through this. Rest in peace, little goat. In a sense, you could say at least her husband didn't have a lengthy death. For the lady, it must have been a bit longer until she starved. So, either way, in each area, there is that corruption. And here, we have a shadow. Lingering. Shapeshifter. So this guy is called the Shapeshifter. There is no deeper story behind him. I deliberately get hit by those crystals, because removing those crystals removes lag from the area. That is why I get hit by them. I'm not just bad. This time it actually has a purpose to get hit. Either way. Now we wait. The Shapeshifter has 3 different forms. This is the first form, where he shifts into the form of a Yeti and causes a snowstorm. He essentially represents the corruption in this area, which, as you may or may not have guessed, the last type of creatures we are going to resurrect and remove the corruption from are the humans. So this guy is representing essentially the corruption that prevents humans from returning to the surface of the world. And yes, it is implied that humans were not born, as in this game is not kind of like it's fast forwards until humans have evolved. It actually implies, as in no, it directly says that humans have been here before. Also, by the way, this is just Arcanim. You repel the bullets back at him. It literally says that oopsie. Humans have been here before. That mage pattern, that was crazy, yeah. That was crazy fast. So, the last form here, this is one of the big reasons as to why it's so important to have a high level and high damage. If you are high enough level, you can 2-shot this guy. With a lucky crit, you can even 1-shot him. With my level, I was not quite able to do so. There was a possibility if I rolled high enough, but unfortunately not quite. But every time you hit him, he transforms into those bats, and then you need to wait for 10 seconds. So that saves you a lot of time being able to deal a lot more damage. Either way, after you remove the corruption, Ark falls into a deep sleep, where she will finally be able to awaken the next section of the chapter. Low level challenge. By the way, this cutscene is self-explanatory in the sense that I have no clue what's going on either. I imagine this is kind of representing the circle of life. Eventually the yak dies and the remains are being eaten by birds, but the circle of life got interrupted by corruption spreading, and it's destroying the bird life and interrupting the circle of life. That is the theory. I don't know, maybe someone else has a better theory about this one. And at the end, our hero, Ark, comes, destroys the corruption, and falls. That is the death animation. What is going on? Chapter 3. Resurrection of the Genius. That is what it reads there, by the way. At least, actually, that's the English translation. I'm not sure that's what it reads there. So, we wake up after... I actually don't know. It was after 3 years or so. We wake up in the bed of this monastery. The monks from the Tibet area have picked us up. So, kind of like there's the kingbird for the birds, there's the rat tree for the plant life. There's also the head of the humans in that same type of sense. This is Lord Kumari, and he represents the, let's say, godlike entity, you could say, for the humans. As in, he knows a lot. He brought you into the monastery, he tended to you, and he knew you would eventually awaken. And apparently in the monastery they also have another guest now. That guest turns out to be... I don't know, this old man, I forgot his name. He's a pretty important figure, and he arrives to talk with Lord Kumari. And as you go back to Lord Kumari, they were just talking about here. And so, Mehu, I think is his name, asks you to look whether you could potentially, since you seem to be a very reliable person, see whether you could help his granddaughter, Mei Lin. So his granddaughter, he says, he cannot find her. He knows she is in the home village where monster attacked her, or, well, they attacked the entire village and eradicated and destroyed the entire village and killed everybody, except for Mei Lin. Mei Lin seems to be the only survivor of that village. So what happens there, essentially, is the only survivor of that village. Oh, alright. So this guy asks us, what should we do with money? Take it to your grave or spread it among your relatives? And we tell him to take it to his grave. Sure, that works. Either way, the grandpa told us, hey, could you please see whether you can help Mei Lin and bring her to reason so that she comes back to us. If you first arrive at this village, you're just kind of confused. Didn't he say that the entire village is destroyed? And you even can ask one of the villagers, I believe the first guy you see entering the village, you can ask about, this village destroyed? Are you crazy? This is not destroyed. You can see that we are fine and alive. Also, this guy over there wants to make a hole in the wall, which is a hint onto something else. This lady here invites us to stay for the night. And over there we have a different adventurer who just visited this town recently. And sleeping, as usual, is a way to progress the story. And it turns out zombies. So what just happened here is weird, isn't it? All of a sudden, it turns out this village is corrupted. It is destroyed. Oh yeah, what is his name? Sorry, I didn't pick that up. Either way, we go back to Mei Lin's room. Everything is rotten, everything is fallen apart, and nothing is mended anymore. It does not seem like a nice place, does it? In Mei Lin's room we find her scarf, and we take that with us. So yeah, what is his name? I thought it was Meho. It's not it, is it? Either way, Yomi just kind of tells you, hey, if we had a dog or something, that would make it way easier for us to track down Mei Lin, wouldn't it? And sure enough, it would. By the way, this guy here, he's just really confused as to what is happening. Suddenly there are zombies everywhere, what is going on? And here is, let's say, a bit more something on the rather dark side of this game. So this game doesn't make it easy for you to understand the story. But the short version of this section here is... By the way, I'm just going to pick up a new weapon over here, which allows me to deal way more damage to every enemy. Which is kind of handy. So, this game here doesn't make it easy for you to swallow what is happening. This weapon has light element, and naturally light element is really strong against, well, zombies and stuff. So why are there moving undeads? So here's the thing. Considering that all the humans, or all, no, back off. Considering that all the monsters in this game are essentially just... What's the word? All the monsters require something to function. They need souls to be able to live. And that is how corruption works in Terranigma, or monsters work in Terranigma. As soon as you remove the soul, which originally belonged to a different host, usually, they stop ceasing to function, and they will no longer be able to move around anymore. And the soul is free to go back into their original body, or a different body for that matter. So, because the monk is essentially the godlike entity of the humans, you might guess that there is a strong theme of reincarnation going on in this game here. Here also we pick up a special item that is called the seal. The seal allows you to get past ghosts without getting transported away, which by the way I want to get transported away here. Because that way I will get back to the town square quicker. If you get caught by ghosts without having the seal active, you will not be able to go back to the town square. You will get transported away. Here, the guy actually apparently managed to drill a hole into his back wall. And there's that. This is where I need to have the seal equipped. To get past the ghost guardians here to go further into the town. Oh, it's Mayo? Mayo? Let's just call him Mayo, that's okay. Either way, in this specific building on the right there, by the way, there would be a little cutscene if we could actually read Japanese and had time to actually get in there. What that cutscene would do for us is explain a little bit about the zombies. So, when you go into that house, as soon as you try to leave, Yomi will just go, "Quick, I hear someone coming, hide under the table." So you crawl under the table, the zombies are coming in, and then they just start conversing. Which seems really weird, doesn't it? So what the zombies are actually saying to each other is, "Hey, have you seen that guy running around and killing it? Or smacking everybody and beating everybody up? Yeah, we need to stop him, we need to form a squad to get him." So essentially they are talking of you as if you were the big bad culprit, not as if they were zombies. Which... oh, I already equipped that. Which essentially leads you to realize the zombies have no clue that they are actually zombies. Literally. They are under an illusion that they are humans, and that is kind of the big thing going on. I also completely forgot how to do this room. So, and the reason why I say illusion under the illusion of something like that going on is because they, well, are literally under an illusion. The initial vision of the village we saw is what was created as an illusion. That was created by the, well, very, very, very powerful young lady, or little girl, so for that matter, Mei Lin. Mei Lin created the illusion that everything was still okay, and everything was still alright in the village, and that's how she wants to live. She really, really misses her parents, because they were killed in an attack of monsters by, let's say, the big bad evil force. As in, that is something we'll learn later, but essentially her parents were killed. And her entire village But she really misses them and wants to stay in there. What that essentially... Wow, I keep saying the same things. What that leads us to believe is that she didn't just create the illusion that everything was still alright here, did she? Because those zombies are still walking around and strong. When we got to her, she was kind of really scared and... well, she didn't expect us to be around there. We just talked to her like that, hey Melin, stop doing that. And she was really afraid of that. That we suddenly went to her. Just... what are you doing here? Why are you doing this? Leave me alone. And that is kind of why the illusion broke. But it's not just an illusion, is it? There are zombies walking around here. Aren't those self-conscious people kind of zombies still people? You murderer. I mean, as much as you meant that as a joke, that is an actual thought that goes through your head, doesn't it? And the answer to that is a theory I have, as in, it's never explicitly explained. The theory is that Melin didn't just create the illusion, she also reanimated the bodies, and more specifically, since monsters require souls to function, to move, she revived the people and bound the souls to their bodies, so they could move again. So yeah, the theory is the illusion was to make them look good, however Melin on top of that bound the souls to their bodies. That theory, by the way, is reinforced by a cutscene that is going to come up a bit later on. Right after this grind here, where we find Melin and her parents all of a sudden talk to her, where the theme of resurrection and reincarnation, mostly reincarnation, is emphasized upon, and where the parents just call out to Melin, please Melin, let us go, don't keep us here, we need to move on. And you also should not cling to a past life that is no longer. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Melin just bound the souls to their former bodies, they were no longer their bodies, and created the illusion that everything was alright still. And greetings, Giluria, how are you doing? And good evening, Fueres, how are you doing? 11... 12... 13. One more room and then I can finally go. Oh, by the way, remember when we told the other guy that he should take his money to his grave? Yep, that's here. We found 500 gold because we just took the money to his grave. So this is Turbo. Turbo the dog is a reoccurring character in the games that company Quintet, who creates those games, makes. And Turbo the dog, he is pretty clever. What we do with him is we give him the scarf of Melin. Please stop doing that. And he will now track Melin down. Even though we know where Melin is, we couldn't actually, well, identify her. So that means we just wait now until Turbo the dog managed to get to Melin's location, and so we can finally move on. In case you're wondering why I'm losing so much time, I have no idea. I have no idea what my splits do. Mayho is actually telling you that Maylin can't handle her mirages quite well. Yes, that's kind of the theory as to why she freaks out, but I mean, it's really not just a mirage if there are still bodies wandering around, isn't there? That are just kind of attacking you and still acting like normal people, even though they are clearly zombies. It's not just that illusions. Those are real bodies, aren't those? At least that's the theory. So, Turbo made it to the house. I was a bit slow there to clean up the enemies. So we move on. Down here we find Melin, and that's the cutscene that I explained earlier. Where Melin's parents call out to her that she shouldn't keep them around and bind them to this life and these bodies, and that she should need to move on. That she should move on, there we go. And yes, that room before was just kind of your catch-up spot. If you didn't manage to do the bird grind earlier properly, that is where you grind up to the necessary levels, so you're prepared for some certain enemies later on. Why are salt shakers all over the town? I would imagine that their only natural resource was salt. That is kind of to emphasize on that. I don't know. Maybe. And so, now that Maylin has calmed down and released her mirages or illusions, the town has returned back to normal, well, the ruins that it was before. Mayho thanks us for, well, helping him, because now he also was able to enter his town. He still doesn't know where Maylin is, but hey, we can move on for now. And we go into this desert. This desert is interesting. If you know where to go, you can go straight there, otherwise you would need to follow the directions that the nomads would give you about where to go and where not to go. Essentially, when you try to cross the desert earlier than that, the nomads would tell you, you can only cross the desert if you know where to go through. And we kind of know where to go through, to an extent anyways. So we don't need to go and ask the nomads about it. But if you try to cross the desert before you do that Maylin subplot, you could actually not get through the desert, as in it's literally impossible. You don't spawn in the same area. So, we get a mushroom, we get some money, and we get out of here. And so, we move into the town here. We talk to the flower lady because we would like to buy a flower. Yep, thank you very much. So we just bought a flower, which is very useful later. And then we go to the inn. In the inn we will find this fellow friendly gentleman. He just stops us to the side. Hey, come on, I'll serve you a drink. Then he calls the dancer and let's go. Let's have some fun. I love this music, by the way. And then he asks you for 10 million gems because that is what his service costs. All of a sudden, when we just want to protest about that, this lady here comes in. It turns out she is Lady Fida, and she is really not happy about him trying to scam you. So she just tells him, hey, don't try to scam the guests. And he tells him, I was just joking, he can rest and stay here for free, no problem. And so we do that. Thank you very much, Lady Frida. So here, we equip the mushroom and we give it to this guy over here. Hey buddy, do you want the mushroom? Sure. He tells us, hey, a mushroom! I can make really good medicine out of that. Sure, we give him the mushroom and later on he will give us a little bit of that medicine. Sounds like a plan. So, in the castle, Lady Fida told us about that there is an audition going on to whoever could make the princess talk, because she's currently mute. That one man who makes her talk or say something would be able to, well, marry her. So, naturally, let's just take a look at the princess. Might as well. Over here we find this guy Roy, who is really arrogant and just kind of goes, "Ha! You don't even stand a shadow of a chance, or a ghost of a chance." And then we talk to this lady here. She looks strikingly similar to who we left behind in the underground. So it turns out, this one is called Elle as well. This lady here, the princess, is called Elle, and she looks remarkably similar to, well, someone else that we may or may not have left behind. So, as it turns out, there is something fishy going on in this castle here, as you may or may not have guessed. So, where do we begin in explaining? Where do I begin explaining? Oopsie. I need to buy some items here real quick. From Lord Kumari, I have received an item called the Bone Pin. The Bone Pin allows me to teleport out of a dungeon, which is extremely handy, as you may be able to imagine. Then we go to this guy here. He tells us, "Hey, I made a medicine. You want some?" Sure. So we traded a mushroom for a little bit of medicine, and that medicine turns out to be, hey, if you ever have sleeping trouble, you can just put this into your food and then you will be able to sleep like a rock. Sleeping pills? Let's see. If you try to sneak around the castle and to figure out more hints as to what happened to the princess, you would not find anything about it, because they just doesn't let you through. So, we need to put some sleeping medicine into their food. That is exactly what I'm going to be doing. In casual playthrough, you would eventually, by asking a lot of villagers in town, figure out that, well... By the way, she doesn't throw you outside in the sense that, hey, you just snuck something in there, I saw it. She throws you outside because, go away, we need to serve some food. Yeah, we just snuck that into the food and now the entire cast is sleeping. Everyone gets the same food apparently. So if you just ask around in the village, she will start to figure out that, well, something is wrong in this village and with this princess and that setup. As you ask more and more around, you will find out that Princess Elle here, who is mute, and she just kind of ignores us as if she never knew us, because, well, she probably doesn't know us. You will figure out that there is more going on. There is actually a thief in the prison who is kind of the Robin Hood of this era, and that kind of Robin Hood tells you that he knows the king has a bell somewhere hidden or something like that in his area, which allowed him to get into the village to the north. The princess is not actually the real daughter of the king. He actually adopted her. How did he adopt her? You might just kind of think, oh, that's nice of him, isn't it? Ha, it would be nice if he didn't slaughter the entire village, including all her parents and friends, everybody, before he adopted her. So, that is that type of king. You would learn this kind of story through, well, a lot of investigation. And you will eventually learn that you need this tool to be able to get into the village to the north, to be able to, well, see where the princess actually comes from. Here we find Royd again. He tells us kind of, hey, this is kind of a dangerous place. Are you sure you want to go in there? And This is an interesting bit, because I would like to point out that Royd becomes from super arrogant to being actually quite a nice person, to say the least, in the end. Spoilers, he's a reoccurring character. So here is where I'm going to be equipping the bell, so we can get through this area, because even if you know where to go through, if this thing here doesn't happen, the thing, you would not be able to go through here and land in the correct place. This is where you want to be, and you couldn't get here without the bell. Guys, please don't spoil too much. Just saying. I don't know what you're saying exactly, but I cannot read the chat properly right now, unfortunately. So, alrighty, we just move through these areas, pick up some more gold along the way. I don't even know whether I need that. And suddenly there's a shadow following us. What is that shadow? Looks suspicious. Looks suspicious. Well, we move on. And our hero here gets into a little bit of a monologue. Didn't I just see a shadow following me? And then you can tell yourself, that was nothing. Or you can tell yourself, well, maybe there's something, I should be careful. Either way, nothing changes anything, so you just pick the first option that is the fastest. While running through these woods, we figure out that, hey, there's a dog whistle. In the town you would learn that the villagers of the North Village managed to tame dogs and teach them how to protect their property. Or tame wolves, I guess. And if you go into the village without, well, having that dog whistle, you would not be able to continue. So here, we hear something screaming behind us, and it turns out to be Malin. Malin, why did you follow us? She was kind of, I don't know, I wanted to see where you're going. And, of course, we cannot leave a little girl in the dark woods, so, but we also don't want to turn around and go quite yet. So we just take her along for the ride and go into the village while having Malin in tow. I guess that kind of works. And so we arrive in this village, which looks strikingly similar to our hometown. Our hometown Krista in the underworld, but this one is called Stockholm. What is going on? Either way, those are the wolves. We need the whistle to make sure that they are not attacking us. And it's weird. So, we go into the room where, well, at least in our Krista, there was the elder. In this chest we find a portrait. The portrait showcases the princess, Elle, and her parents that are from those villages. And this is kind of how you first get a glimpse of, hey, this village looks suspiciously similar to what it was in the underworld. And sure enough, if you actually pay attention and start figuring out stuff, you realize that there are more and more things that are looking very, very similar to how they looked originally in your village, as in there are characters reoccurring, certain ladies that are special, that seem to be special in this world here too. You don't exactly know what is happening, but that's kind of what you figure out here. So, here, Malin just kind of tells you, hey, meet me at the castle. I can make sure that the princess is going to say something. I can create some illusion. Just give me the portrait of her and I will make something happen. So, we give Malin the portrait and then we talk to the king. And suddenly the illusion starts. Malin creates the illusion to be in Stockholm again, where Elle's parents visit her. Or well, the illusion of Elle's parents. The king is super confused. What is going on here? And he has no clue. And here, the princess gets super startled, starts screaming. Lady Fida immediately steps up to try and calm her down. He has no idea what is going on. The king just kind of goes, "This is enough! We are done here. Everyone outside." After all, we didn't get to marry the princess. By the way, Malin also told us that her requirement for her to help you is that you should not marry the princess. That is her requirement. As in, that is all Malin asked for. And then, in the night where you're sleeping in the town, the elder kind of reaches out to you through your dreams, where he tells you, "Hey, in the southwest in Spain, there's another hero or genius that needs your help. You need to save Columbus from Sylvain Castle." And you kind of wake up a bit confused. Malin sleeping in the other place, we just leave her behind. And here, this lady tells us, "Hey, have you heard? The king got poisoned and was killed." Well, that's weird. After the princess basically finally regained consciousness and was not just like a zombie anymore. Either way, we just go southwest to Sylvain Castle. In Sylvain Castle, as the elder told us, somewhere in here there is that genius Columbus being captured, imprisoned, and being tortured. We saw those weird portraits and they seem to be missing something from their eye sockets. So what we need to do is find those things that fill the eye sockets one way or another, I guess. Also, I went the wrong way, whatever. So, we find this soul here. This soul asks us, "Hey, can you bring me back to my body?" And sure, we can try that. And so here is the story of the Bloody Mary. So as it turns out, Bloody Mary is called the queen of this castle. Apparently, she went mad after Columbus, who by the way went on to some tours on the sea, as you may or may not know. Basically, the official story, let's put it this way, is that Columbus went on to a journey and the queen just kind of forced him to take her sons along. Her 3 sons, the princess. The Bloody Mary was supposed to her 3 sons were supposed to go on the journey with you. And as it turns out, her 3 sons died on the journey. And that is when the queen went mad, and that is why she's now called the Bloody Mary. Also, the soul here just kind of goes into his body and just says, "Thank you," and attacks you. Oh. Alright, I guess that's that. Healing up real quick. Oh, I should have waited at this point. Whatever. I'm going to equip my safety armor here. That is 21 points stronger armor. You should have equipped way more armor way earlier than this. But hey, this is the safety armor for the speedrun, and also the only armor I will get until the last one. The last 2, I guess. Either way, that's the official story of the Bloody Mary. She went mad because her sons died, and now she is blaming Columbus and torturing him in her chamber for an eternity. This is an ice pick. I'm not going to use that weapon quite yet. Ice pick has ice element. Most bosses are immune to one or the other element. Most of them actually. Actually not immune, but just strongly resilient. We also get the key to the towers on the west and the east, and we move on. Here in the castle we would also find the entirety of the letters that are written. No, I'm not streaming at 30 FPS. This is 60 FPS, but I cannot capture at 60 FPS, so I'm capturing at 30. Because I could not figure out how to do that. Where is it? There it is. So I need to equip the key. So you need to input the correct combination of numbers. I don't know the round numbers anymore, but it's 2 on the right, 2 on the middle, and 1 on the left. Turn. And that will lower the chandelier in the main room. And here we will find our first jewel. This jewel is one of the 4 jewels required to put into the eye sockets of the portraits in the main hall. And yeah, I have no idea who those portraits represent. It's never explained or mentioned. See, where am I going? So, now we go into the towers on the left. Open up with the key. And move in here. And as you may have noticed, we start being able to not do a ton of damage to enemies anymore. As in, we cannot just one-shot most of them along the way. So, as it turns out, Yomi spots... well, we spot another jewel on the right side, but how do we get over there? Yomi has an amazing idea. Hey, let me just give you a little bit of a quick start. Whoop. And Ark gets smashed over there, and parkours over the... well, rooftops. We collect the jewel while we jump down, and then we go. Moving on. Oops, that was not my idea. I messed that up completely. Okay. Oopsie, wrong way. Down here, we find a lever in the snake. As it turns out, in the snake head there was a lever. There was a lever that turns off the poisonous substance that is in the water, and now we can actually go into the water without it being poisoned anymore. How convenient. We use a bone pin bell to get out of the castle and to get into the room here. It turns out there's a jewel in the little pond here, and that is the third one. We only need one more. So we go up here once more, and now that we lowered the chandeliers so we can actually jump onto them, get a large bolt, which is 150 HP regain, I think, and we gain the last jewel. Unfortunately, we cannot just jump straight down here, that would be really convenient, but we actually have to take the stairs. And now we are back in the main hall. We have all the jewels that we needed to collect. They magically fly into the eye sockets of the portrait. And then the final section opens. Oh yeah, one thing that I forgot to mention. After we resurrected the humans, we lost the ability to talk to animals and plants. Story-wise, as in starting with chapter 3, that is. That third portrait looks like Monarch's portrait, not just a casual photo of a developer. I have no idea. Bill Cosby, Who Wexel, MacGyver and Young Stalin. Sure, we can go with that. Either way, after we set in the eye sockets, we jump down into the torture room, and here is where a little verse from the little dolls go. Round, round, round we go. And it kind of goes in the end that who do you know is behind you? And the essential idea is that you need to attack the doll as soon as they get to a standstill that is behind you. By the way, this guy over there, that is Columbus there, just sitting in a corner of the torture chamber. He has been apparently tortured for years in this room. And the official story is, as I said, because the queen went mad after her sons died on his journey. The true story is a bit different than that, but we get to that later. So, here is a game of if I look you cannot move, but we can kind of cheese that game by going to the chest and then get out of it. And then just move already. Finally, we get into the last phase of the Bloody Mary battle. This is the Bloody Mary. She summons those orb thingies. And as soon as they arrive, the battle will begin. So here's the thing, this is the casual killer. The Bloody Mary is crazy strong. As it turns out, you need to be at least level 25 to be able to do more than minimum damage to the Bloody Mary. We use a weapon that I think exploits the weakness of the Bloody Mary. But yeah, you need to be really, really high level to be able to actually damage her whatsoever. So what you can do here instead is use lightning element or lightning spells to damage her reasonably decently actually. Ow. I'm going to heal real quick. That is why I bought the healing bulbs earlier. I'm going to heal again, whatever. That's why I bought the safety thingies. Ow. And if she is really nice to you, she could just stand in place. And never move. But that is not so frequent. Wow, that was really close. And the Bloody Mary has been defeated. We free... No, don't do that! We free Columbus. And what I should have done is I should have used the bone pin to get out of here quicker. You don't need to talk to him. So this is going to take quite a bit of time now from me. Whoopsie. Kill him off. Oh, it's level 24, not 25. Yeah, it's actually it's a crazy high level. You need to level quite a bit more to be able to deal a good chunk of damage to her. This is where we free Columbus, and you should not actually see this cutscene. This is taking way too much time now. Where we bring him to the infirmary, and then he will subsequently start teaching other sailors his knowledge about sailing around the world. That is when we will be able to sail to other places too. So people are learning from him, and overnight everybody will know about how to sail to places. We just tell this guy, hey, we are tired, I would like to get to sleep. Thank you very much. Oh, it is 25 to deal normal damage? Alright, fair enough. So, what it turns out to be that in the middle of the night, Lady Fida visits us. What she tells us is, well, hey, she is still the bodyguard of the princess. By the way, I didn't mention that she is the bodyguard of the princess, and she needs to look out for her well-being. As it turns out, after the king died in the other castle when he was poisoned, Lady Fida now needs to go on a quest to search for something. And she asks you to accompany Elle across the sea to be able to start a new life. So we kind of agreed with Lady Fida that we are going to accompany Elle on the ship journey across the sea. So that's exactly what we are going to be doing. Here is also, by the way, where you would normally save and reset to manipulate Ghost Energy, but I completely forgot how to do that, so I'm not even going to try. We talk with Lady L, we talk with the sailor, and we go onto the boat. Let's go and across the sea, which lands us back in America. More specifically, North America, where we flew off from a seagull earlier. So here we talk to the L, and she doesn't want to talk to us still. Not entirely sure why, but I guess she doesn't like us. Here we get another major bulb to eat along a journey, and we just go to bed afterwards. Like so often, you advance the plotline by going to bed. In the middle of the night, Ark is going to wake up, and once again, something weird happens out there. You hear the lady scream, as in the princess, and as it turns out, ghosts are attacking her. Earlier the sailors just kind of were talking about a myth where if you look out to the sea for long enough, eventually the ghosts of the past will come to hunt you. And since the lady was just looking out to the sea the entire time, well, that is apparently what happened there. So a different theory is that this is not just random ghosts attacking her. This might be the ghost of the king haunting her. Because, well, as you will learn as soon as you arrive in North America, she will confess to you through a piece of paper, as in she will just be gone and you have no idea where she is at that point. She will confess to you that she actually was the one who poisoned the king, that she essentially murdered her father. After she basically regained consciousness, she could no longer bear the thought to live under the same roof as the one that murdered her entire village. Naturally. So she poisoned the king and went away with Lady Fida. That's why she needed to get out of the village. The Spear of Longinus? What is that about? So, when we arrive in North America, once again Ark is not sleeping in his bed, because why would you? That's silly. It turns out the princess is no longer there, but we gain a little scroll from her that explains to us what I just explained. We have no idea where she is, so it's just going to roam around into the village, and, well, we are kind of sad about that. She left us anyways, aren't we? So, naturally, the first village we find in America is called Freedom. And this guy here is called Para. He tells you, hey, you look kind of down. I can make a little bit of a show for you with my skateboard skills. And you say, sure, we can do that. And by the way, don't underestimate that guy. He's crazy strong. He just looks like a skateboarder because, well, he is a skateboarder. What other word would you use there, Egesevander, instead of confess? Curious. So, you tell him that, hey, that was pretty awesome. Now, as a little favor, would you like to come over here? Essentially, turns out, Peril is the head of the orphanage. By the way, I went into that door so he would arrive home earlier. Peril is the head kid of the orphanage, and, well, he would like you to tell a story to the kids from overseas, because you look like you've come around quite a bit. You agree to that, and when we arrive at the orphanage, Peril just kind of goes, oh, where is the other little girl? They tell you that she went to visit her inventor friend to the north in this village over there, right there. As it turns out that, well, you can't find her in that essential inventor friend's home. But the inventor friend is no longer there, who, by the way, is called Mr. Wright. In case you didn't get the reference, the Wright brothers who invented the airplane. So when you look through the logs in Mr. Wright's house, it turns out that he was inventing a flying device. And that flying device would allow you to, well, fly around, but he also laments in his journal that he doesn't have particularly good materials. All the iron that he wanted to use for his invention is way too expensive, so he needs to use alternative products and hope that they work out well as well. Isn't it Will? I thought it was Mr. Wright. It might be Will. I don't remember. So yeah, this is where just kind of my memory gets hazy and might mention the wrong names. Either way, he mentioned an airplane and then he goes missing. In his journal you can read that he was trying to go and fly an airplane over the lake. The little girl just tells you that she does not want to return home to the orphanage until she met her friend and knows he is safe. So what that means is you try to go over to the lake and you get stopped by some weird random guy who tells you, I cannot move from this bridge. I need to wait until my fiancée is coming home. And, well... Oopsie. I already have enough locks. I need 9 locks, by the way. His fiancée needs to return home. He has no idea where she is, but... he's waiting for her. He cannot move. And so, we, instead of looking for Will, or Mr. Right, whatever, the inventor friend, we just kind of go on a journey to find his fiancée, who we have no idea where she is. He tells us she went to a town in the south, and she should have arrived a while ago with a boat, and he is kind of waiting for her now. So, we try to go to the south, we get to this bridge here, which is apparently not completed yet. We bring him some logs, and then he managed to complete the bridge. Alright, where do we arrive after we go here? We land in Brazil. I think this village is called Rio or something like that, and we meet someone else here. This familiar face turns out to be Meilin. Meilin was just kind of, what are you doing? You took ages to get here. We go to the statue in the north here, where legend has it that couples confess their love to each other. And, well, Meilin confesses her love to us now, or our hero, and she asks us to think about it. You will not see your girlfriend again, are you? So just think about it, and meet me here in, well, the nighttime. And so we go to bed, advance it tonight. And sure, let's go on there. So, as we go in the night's time to the statue over here, it turns out that there's someone unexpected waiting for us. It is Elle, or more specifically Elle from the underground, that kind of greets us here. She tells you that the elder of the village granted her a little bit of a vacation that allowed her to visit you. And as she comes closer to you, she tells you she misses you and disappears. As you may know by now, Meilin is really good at creating illusions and mirages, and she also apparently can read your thoughts. She read your thoughts, how your girlfriend looked, and she also realizes that you still have feelings for her. She storms off in a hurry like the, well, teenager does that just got rejected. And that's the worst thing ever for her, and she really, really hates you now. As you may be able to imagine, of a, well, teenage girl that just got rejected for the love of her life. Oh well, I mean, if you think about it, Meilin didn't really have parents, they got slaughtered, so she doesn't even have anyone she can go to and explain to her how those kinds of things in life work. And because she is so powerful, that might become a problem later on. As in, she's actually really powerful, in case you didn't realize it yet. Either way, we move on. In this, well, let's put it this way, random forest over here, we randomly find a seagull which randomly takes us to North Pole? I think this might be Alaska. And in Alaska we randomly happen to find a little penguin which we randomly know would like to have a flower. That's why I bought it early from the flower lady. So much randomness, right? It's just, I describe it this way because we trade the flower for a starstone. You would not know about those starstones or going here in the first place or giving the penguin a flower until later. Technically speaking, you could figure out that you need to give the penguin a flower, but you would need to have pretty good memory casually. Looks like it's spelled Greenland. Oh, thank you, Operator Theory. Yeah, alright, it's Greenland, I guess. I didn't remember where it was. Either way, we gain the starstone, and that is going to be important later. It is just for a speedrun route, this is along the way, we have the necessary tools to get it, so we do. So, back to our main route. We are trying to track down the fiancé of that dude that is in the lake, still waiting. And it turns out that the ship route to freedom is anything but safe. There are monsters on the sea roaming around, and it's a real menace. And as we go into the harbor here, the captain just kind of is looking for brave men that are willing to take on the monsters that apparently come out of the mermaid shrine or mermaid tower. So there's literally a thing in the middle of the ocean that is called the mermaid tower, where monsters are streaming out. So here's the thing. We remove the corruption from the plants, the flying animals, the mammals, from the humans, but apparently we kind of forgot about the fish. So this is where we remove the corruption from the fish and return essentially the sea back to normal. At least that's my idea of this place. I'm not entirely sure that's accurate, but frankly, no one knows. So this is just my interpretation of what is happening here. And here, this guy is the big fish. The big fish is a monstrosity in itself, because every time you try to move close to him, he will move away. Do I have the wrong weapon equipped? I don't think this normally takes 4 hits, does it? Oh yeah, you need to wait until he plays close to you so you can then subsequently attack him. There we go. I wonder whether I have the wrong weapon. So, with the corruption of the fish removed, all the monsters will no longer spawn, and, well, we saved the sailors. As a thanks, the sailor actually promised us, if we manage to remove the corruption here, a boat, so we will be gaining a boat here. On top of that, here is a lady. Oh, wait, hang on a sec, that's backwards. And this lady here tells us she remembers being a young woman earlier, but on the way home she got into a storm, and now she's a mermaid. So as it turns out... Oopsie, I should have equipped the thing. As it turns out... No, I actually should not have. Never mind. Whatever. We use a bone pin to get out of this dungeon, by the way. To skip a little cutscene earlier. As it turns out... This is the reincarnation of the fiancée that the other guy is waiting for at the lake. She kind of speaks like it was a long time ago she got into that storm, and now she's a mermaid and apparently the queen of the mermaids. So more or less the same kind of godlike entity like Lord Kumari or the Ratri and stuff like that. But not really. It's a bit weird. Either way, we now have a ship and we can go to places. So where do I need to go to, Van? With the Enbu Pike Road, do you know that? I kind of know, but I'm not entirely sure. So either way, earlier in the underground, I rose this village here. Village? This island here. This island is called Mu, and on Mu we have a very special weapon that I want to equip. I think I should have equipped the box actually instead. I get a defense potion there because I didn't remember that it was a defense potion. I equipped a new weapon, which, by the way, this is the Enbu Pike. This is, I think, the second strongest weapon in the game. The downside is that it reduces your defense by a significant margin. But the damage output is ridiculous. I don't need the money from Africa. I'm not going to get the West. I think next up I go over here. By the way, these are things that you would learn eventually about. And here are the turbo shoes. I forgot to split again. I forgot to split again. I'm not going to grind to 21. I use splits to remind me where to go next. So then I go over here to Yonku. To create a save point. At save points respawn as soon as you die, so I use this later for a death warp. Twice. Talk to this guy. No, not this guy. Talk to the other guy up here. And buy a new armor. This is the Enbugi. I have way too much money. The Enbugi thingy increases my attack power a little bit and also increases my defense. This is my final armor. I'm not going to equip any other armor ever. After this I'm going to pick up some more hidden stuff like a... Oh, I can't... This is where it gets difficult, but I kind of lost track. Some hidden stuff like the strength potion. The strength potion is not being picked up anymore in other routes. As in, not since a long time anymore. But for me it's just kind of useful. Also I should not have gone into my box earlier. I should have done all the menuing in one go, now that I think about it. Too late. By the way, this route is what the Weasel came up with, mostly. I kind of told him that he probably could take a different ship route, but that's about it. I think anyways. Either way, it's mostly thanks to Weasel that we have a different route, which is a bit safer. So, we now know what happened to the fiancée of the guy in the town over here. Not town. What am I doing? And as a proof that his fiancée was a mermaid, she gave us her armbands as in the sign of their love. And it turns out this guy was waiting for a really long time already over here. I also equipped the turbo shoes that I found earlier to get through here a little bit quicker. And this is where we are looking now for our inventor friend, which was the entire idea in the first place beforehand. This is also where I gain a new item. This allows me to dive through water. Greetings, Sandman. You don't understand the in-game text, me neither. But there is no other version of the game that runs at 60 frames per second. Oopsie. Why am I not buying the red armor? It has a much higher attack boost. Essentially, I don't need it. Plus, getting enough money for buying both the Enbugi and the red armor would be going out of the way way more. It would not be worth it, since the Enbugi gives me a little bit of an attack boost, not as much as the red armor. But it's not as far out of the way. In fact, it's right there that you can just buy it. And buying both, it would require a lot more money acquisition along the way. I don't think it's better. It's just... yeah. By the way, it's only theoretically slower, in a sense, as in it's not much than more than 20 seconds slower total. As it is really close to two routes, that is. So either way, we also found the weight, which will allow us to not get taken away by the gigantic stream. Open up, open up, open up, open up. There we go. Oopsie, I messed up. Alright. Those flowers are super dangerous, by the way, which is why I was so cautious about getting past them. This is, by the way, those fish are really, really efficient to grind through. But with the N-boogie route, you don't go grinding here. You just go. Alrighty, we move on through the dungeon. Snorkel plant, yep. That sounds about right. I think it's a snorkel plant. Over 2 minutes slower? No, I don't think so. I think it's more in the range of within a minute in terms of speed. So here, we encounter those guys. As it turns out, this guy in the background is not actually our enemy. It's actually those little star thingies. The starfish were torturing the big guy in the background. So, here's the thing, how it went down. The inventor friend invented the airplane, but because he didn't have good enough material, he crashed into the lake, and the starfish wanted to eat him, but the protector of the lake, that gigantic green two-headed monster, protected him. So it was really awesome that he protected him from the starfish, and we defeated the starfish to protect the big green monster. Yay, now we go. We saved the inventor friend, and we can now move on to other places. So, further. Earlier I saved in Yonku, and it turns out you actually need to go to Yonku. And so I can just take a death warp. Whee! Oopsie. And here, in Yonku, you would find another familiar face. Lady Fida. Turns out to be in bed with high fever and just kind of fever dreaming. This little lady tells us that she arrived here, and she was like this ever since she met her. And maybe if we go to the doctor, he would be able to tell us what we could do about her fever. So as we go to the doctor to ask him about it, he just kind of tells us, well, the best medicine for this kind of thing would be a ginseng thingy. But we don't have any ginseng currently. Maybe the trader next door will be able to sell you some ginseng. We go to the trader next door and he tells you, ginseng? We do have some ginseng, but it's really rare. Let me make you a deal. You investigate what my brother is doing in the castle to the west, because it appears he has gotten to wrong, well, into the wrong type of business in the dark side, so to speak. So he wants you to investigate what his brother Wong is currently doing. And in exchange he'll give you the ginseng now, so you can save your friend, Lady Fida. We agree to that, and we are going to save Lady Fida with the ginseng that we acquired, but first off we need to know how to do that. The doctor kind of gives them some basic instructions on how to use the ginseng, I imagine. I don't actually know what he says. Either way, we need to ask him about it. Then we go back to Lady Fida and wake her up from her dreams. Oopsie. So, we give Lady Fida the ginseng. And then weird stuff starts to happen. As it turns out, ginseng has a pretty powerful effect. That it can look into Lady Fida's mind, what is actually bothering her. What is going on in her fever dreams. As it turns out, she is dreaming from the time where the king invaded Storcom, the village of the princess. This is Lady Fida when she was tasked with the order of figuring out where they hid that secret weapon. Secret weapon? So the king was after a secret weapon or something that is hidden in the village. The leader of the village and his wife did not want to tell him, and they were fully prepared for death. Lady Fida tells them she does not want to do that, but she doesn't seem to have a choice as a loyal servant of the king. And the leader tells her, it's okay, you're just doing your job. And that is what Lady Fida is being bothered by. She was the one who killed the princess' parents with her own hands. And if you choose the wrong option here in this text box, where you tell her just nothing, you have to see the entire cutscene again. But here we just tell her, Fida, wake up, we need you. Wake up here. And this is where she opens her eyes and finally regains consciousness. And she seems to be recovering. So, time to fulfill our part of the contract after we get the ginseng and investigate the castle to the west. Hey. Suddenly there's Peril. Peril appears to be around here. By the way, don't forget that we don't have to get the money for the thingy. So that's quite convenient. So it turns out Peril has also been having some business over here. He was over here to investigate as to why the metal prices are so high, and his goal was to get into the castle here too, since the shady trader Wong seems to be the one responsible for this. So he has a reason to wanting to invade the castle as well, and so he just distracts the guard so we can't get inside. With his amazing skateboard skills, just skateboarding up the stairs, I guess. Pretty impressive, actually. If you get caught, they just throw you outside and you can go right back inside. Very clever. By the way, their movement is random, so if you get caught, there's not much I can do about that. Outside of hoping that it doesn't happen. There is actually, it's not entirely true. There is a manipulation you can do for this, as in just save and reset. But once again, this is not something I have practiced, so for me it's just completely random. Oh, come on! Metal Gear Arc? Pretty much, yeah. Are you trolling me now? Really? I actually kind of like this section casually. In the speedrun it's just kind of really irritating, honestly. Could you please not do that? Eva, what is it? How can I help you? Sorry, I cannot read half the chat. I feel like I've missed a lot. I also saw earlier that you said something about a hint what I should look for, but I didn't manage to read it. Then I forgot about it until now. You may want to repeat that. Ah! You don't take damage in this castle, by the way. It's just kind of... Stop doing that, please. Thank you! Well, thankfully this guy here, in this room, always does the same thing, so he's not random. And you can just go past without any trouble. So, investigate the castle further, get into the basement where we suddenly find... Wow, L. Underworld L. That is our girlfriend. What is she doing here? There we go. Oh, another illusion. Now we're trapped. Maylin! It turns out Maylin is really mad at us and just kind of tells us rot to death in this kind of cage and runs off. She is really hurt still that we rejected her. So what does Ark do? He just kind of feels like, well, might as well fall asleep now. And the princess turns out to be in this castle too. That is probably why Lady Frida was around. By the way, technically speaking, there are two ways where you could figure out that you would need to go to Yonku. Either you find Lady Frida and figure out that the princess is somewhere in the castle being held captive, or the other option would be that the right or the inventor guy asks you to investigate why the metal prices are so high. So essentially there are two ways you know you need to be here, one way or another. So, thankfully, we just recently rescued Lady Frida, and it turns out she's helping us now. Once again, in this game, whoopsie, you're not alone. You're not the only hero. Lady Frida managed to infiltrate the castle as well, and she is just kind of looking around, trying to look for the princess herself as well. We get deliberately get caught by this guard, so we can now go to the next area where we need to go. We can run past this guy because he always does the same. And we are just here where... Oh, come on, this is an illusion now, right? Of course it's an illusion. Did the music just start twice? That was weird. So we just run through this area. And finally, we found the princess. Let's save her real quick. But as it turns out, this is another illusion. Maylin, please. But hey, which one do you like more? Your girlfriend from the underground that you left in your hometown? Or the princess that is right here? You know she is still alive and around. Maybe you could get on with her instead. Hey, which one do you like more? And suddenly, Lady Frida wakes us up from the illusion again, dispelling the illusion. By the way, I'm playing on console, in case you're wondering. So, Maylin, Lady Frida just kind of calls, "Hey, you, come out! I know it was you who caused that." And Lady Frida does the only correct thing, to slap Maylin. You just can't go around and try to kill other people because they rejected you. And Maylin, the teenager girl that she is, just runs off, well, really hurt. And Lady Frida joins us for now, so we can try and figure out a way out of this mess. And as it turns out, the entrance is closed off. And we hear a voice from a distance that belongs to Wong, apparently, that, "Hey, Maylin, thank you for your services, you're no longer needed. You can now rot in this, well, prison alongside the other two." Maylin gets betrayed a second time, and is now really sorry that what she did to her, what she did to you. And suddenly, we hear something going on. When this guy here, boom, Peril just straight up skateboards through the wall. Thank you, Peril. So, well, yeah, he saves you. And decides, "Hey guys, you shouldn't linger around here, let's go." We talk to Maylin once more. She gives us a hint on how to find the princess. And then also tells us, if I get out of here, I will be, well, a nice little lady and play nice again. I want to return back to my grandfather and learn his ways instead. So essentially, Malin is finally cured. For one last time, we get deliberately caught, run over here, and this is another little thing. You need to extinguish the candles. If you position yourself well, you can extinguish 2 candles at the same time. If you don't position yourself well, then you don't. And this is what Malin told you. On the opposite side of the statue there's a switch that opens up the secret passage to where the princess is currently hidden. And that's where we get to the princess. Let's go. By the way, you need the running shoes in order to be able to get through this. Otherwise you cannot open those walls. So we find the princess, we try to rescue her and we move on. But all of a sudden, this guy comes around. This is Royd. We met him earlier in the castle, and now it turns out that he is a bodyguard that was hired by Wong. He says he is a mercenary, a sword for hire, and well, he is now currently working for Wong. Luckily, Lady Fida comes around. And stops him. Royd, being the gentleman he is, he actually kind of says, I don't want to fight you. I don't want to fight a beautiful woman such as you, Lady Fida. And they just kind of go, it's a truce. I can't fight you, so I can't do my duty. As it turns out, Royd actually had different reasons for doing the things that he did. I'm just going to wait. You can softlock here if you go into that entrance too early. I've done that before. So it turns out, Roy is not actually a mercenary. He was looking for the ones that killed his best friend. His best friend was killed because a shady trader decided to go on and, well, sabotage the metal prices. And here he finally gets his revenge. So that is what Royd was all about. While we are trying to escape, the princess kind of leaves us. She tells us, I can't wait, I can't leave until I find Lady Fida. And while we are running off ahead already, Malin catches up to us. She didn't see Elle on the way, as in the princess, and, well, the castle collapses once again. Another proof that if you defeat the big boss, bad guy, his entire castle will collapse. We find our way out to, well, the castle. We hope that Lady Fida and Princess Elle are alright, and so we just move on. Elf Castle complete. So, what we do next is we sail all the way to North America, because now the steel prices have sunk. And we will be able to, well, trade an actual flying machine because the steel... Is it steel or iron? I don't remember. Either way, the prices for the material that the inventor guy requires have been decreased, and he can now finally complete his flying machine with proper parts. And as a thanks for our services, he will give us a plane. Surprise. And that's where we're heading now. I don't know, Corona Cat. Maybe someone else knows. And he just kind of goes, yippee, 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 or yatta, 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 or something. I don't know what he says. Either way, he wins, and he just gives us a plane as a thanks. Conveniently enough, we also invented randomly ways to get the plane into the air, and whoosh, we are out. Yes, Wong was the shady trader dude. That is kind of his job, I guess. So, now we can finally get to new places where we could not go before. And that happens to be in the Balkans. Here is where on a normal route you would go and buy an armor, but we can just straight up go into the laboratory here. So in the laboratory, you may recognize this is way more advanced than anything else that just kind of was. What is going on here? We turn out the light, and then we move on. So it turns out the laboratory is a way more advanced place than you might have imagined. And as you may learn, this place existed before the apocalypse, or whatever you want to call the apocalypse, before everything was destroyed. So I use a bone pin here to get outside rather quickly. Take care, Shiva. Thanks for dropping by. So I activated the switch which activates the elevator here. Now we can go to the lower level. You love this music? It really sets the tone for this place being creepy. Yep, pretty much. It really tells the story. So we are just moving through the laboratory. So the baseline idea as to why we are here in the first place is the Elder told us that there is another genius that we would need to resurrect or save that is called Dr. Baruga. Dr. Baruga apparently was here from before the apocalypse and is currently in a cryogenic sleep. So we just kind of have to save him one way or another, and that is what we do here. We just essentially move on to try and help Dr. Baruga wake up, because now it's finally time to fulfill his master plan, or however you want to call that thing. So yeah, that is what we are doing here. Do I level here on the or in the suit? I level here, I guess, according to my splits. So yeah. I'm going to be grinding here. Well, let me explain something real quick about this area here. As it turns out, if you go into the village to the north, Dr. Baruga is... well, they know he exists, or existed at some point. He is literally praised as the second coming of Jesus, because I'm pretty sure that's kind of what they were referencing to. Obviously that would not be quite, well, that exactly put in words, not even in the English translation or outside of America, but that's kind of what it's going at. There is a cult kind of worshipping him blindly, and he is going to be the savior. He will help us all, and he will save everybody, one way or another. So what we do is, well, I guess we are saving that guy? Sure, let's do that. As it turns out, he is a super technologically advanced guy, and that is the reason as to why he will be able to come back. He is currently in a cryogenic sleep. How those fanatics managed to figure out that he is the guy they need to be worshipped, we don't actually know. So many grinds out of grinding here. Yeah, the grind can be quite lengthy to get to the higher levels. I only need to get to level 27 to be able to move on reasonably quickly. You're guessing religious undertones are part of the reason why this was not ordered to America? No, actually that's not it. The studio, the translation or localization studio for Quintet, located in America, was actually closed down because they ran out of money. Terranigma was the last game Quintet ever produced, and so well, they never got it published because they didn't have a localization team for that region. At least that's what I think is happening there. Also, I'm going to heal up real quick. Might as well. So yeah, now I'm just going to up to level 27. The stronger I get, the stronger I kill those guys, the quicker it will get to gain experience, but it will still take a little bit. So if you need to get something to drink now, stay hydrated and do that now. If you need to go to the bathroom, something like that, now is a good time. Get up and stretch your legs, stretch your muscles and arms, sit up straight in the chair, I don't know. Sounds like a good idea to do that now. I think Van knows it more precisely. I think that's how it was about Quintet. Pretty sure, actually. Either way, this game has fairly dark themes and it is not afraid to, well, just straight up kill off certain lovable and admirable characters, or also make a bit more of a morbid reference, in a sense. If you think about it, the goat, she was your friend, and she kind of offered you to eat her husband so you would regain your strength and be healthy for your further journey, because she recognized you are on a really important mission. But still, offering just straight up her husband for food so you regain your strength seems a bit extreme, doesn't it? Also, I mean, it kind of tells you she will find a way out of that area, but in reality, it's really that, well, if you visit that place later, she is dead right next to her husband. Dead and cold, that is called. Also, I forgot that the sliding attack apparently does more damage. Oopsie. Not always, I guess. Oh yeah, essentially this is the last grind of the game. At the end I will be level 29, but I will be able to achieve that just going and killing the stuff that is along the way without having to specifically grind anymore, which is way more convenient than having to go out of my way to kill stuff, well, like here. That is probably a bit more on the unfortunate side of the speedrun. It's not one fluid run in a sense, like Secret of Mana for example, where it just takes up a little bit to build up and then you go. This one has multiple sections where you just need to go and level up, otherwise you are just too low level to deal any reasonable amount of damage, and it would take you longer to kill stuff, way longer actually. So it's just way faster to level up to certain level thresholds in order for you to kill stuff quick. Did I hit the switch? I hit the switch, alright. We're almost there. There we go. Level 29. 27, sorry. Oh, I went the wrong way. Whatever, it's okay. It doesn't make much of a difference. The left side is a bit faster. Not much, but a little bit. So, with that upper switch pressed in the grinding room, we will be able to descend even further into the basement. And along the way we kill some lot of things to be killed. Also, I assume those are teleporters or so. So, we get to the main computer here, which allows us access to the lowest level if we have the password. So, here comes Yomi. How do we know the password? It just tells us the password is Bloody Mary. How does Yomi know that? We have no clue how Yomi knows that. It's just kind of... okay. And later on it will become a bit more clear as to why Yomi would know such information. But for now, it remains a mystery. Well then, moving on. We arrive at the lowest level of the basement. I'm going to just take a safety light bulb here. Light bulb? They're called L bulb, I just call them light bulbs, whatever. That's the healing items. Where we will encounter the Guardian of this area, and we need to defeat him. The Guardian is just a lag machine, really. Really, really strong. You don't want to get hit by him. At least not too much. The way you defeat him is you destroy his 3 little legs there. At least that's the basic idea. Oopsie, I accidentally got hit there. He deals so much damage with the Emblem Pike. By the way, I deliberately get hit here. One more time, please. Alright, whatever. I wanted to get hit one more time. In fact, if I didn't heal up, this would have been perfect. Because I want to have really low life there. Oh well. We managed to get into the innermost section of Beruga's lab, and this is where he was in cryogenic sleep. He finally awakens, and we have saved the next genius. But why is the music so... unhappy? And here is the infamous line of Beruga saying, in the English version by the way, I'm not making this up, "Oh, thank you for arousing me." That is what he says. So, he just kind of tells you, hey, thank you for helping me, waking me up. That is the idea anyways. It's technically correct English, but you know. Either way, he tells us that, hey, you see, this is my creation. And we just kind of tell him, that is no good, buddy. Those are zombies. They are not happy to be alive. And he just kind of goes, oh, whatever. I guess I don't need you anymore. And he leaves you here and decides to blow us his laboratory since, well, he has no use for his old laboratory anymore. This is where you're supposed to die. And as a little power of his might, of his power, he decides to eradicate the entire village or city of Melt Tokyo? Is it Tokyo or Melt Tokyo? I don't remember. Either way, he eradicates all the people with a deadly fog, just completely killing off and vaporizing all the villagers, just as a little demonstration of his power. His ideals are only the strong should survive, and only the ones that are worthy should continue to live on this world. In a sense, now that I think about it, a bit like the ideology of, well, Hitler theory, if you get what I mean. But let's not get too deep into that. But either way, the elder just tells us here, you did well, your job is complete. Now lay on your final rest. And the Ark just kind of asks himself, is this really it? Was this what I was fighting for? Is this what I was supposed to achieve? And he's contemplating his life choices. Was that a really good thing to do? Oh, Neo Tokyo, thank you, man. It's a viral cloud in the English version. Fair enough. Either way, all of a sudden, Lord Kumari reaches out to us and teleports us to safety into his monastery. Lord Kumari being the master of teleporting you out of tricky situations. It turns out that, well, he is saying, hey, you are not done yet, we need you still. And, well, okay. That's kind of what happens there. Don't freeze me, you need to hit me. Either way, I take a death warp back to the other area. I forgot what the area is called, to be honest. This place here, whatever. And if you'll talk with Lord Kumari and also Meiho, they will tell you that, well, your task is not yet done. You're the chosen hero, aren't you? So you need to kind of help us. And so Lord Kumari suggests you that you are visiting the grave of the old hero. He would also tell you that you need to find the 5 star pieces. Remember, star pieces? In order for you to be able to revive the ancient hero of old times, so you would be able to fight the big bad evil. It turns out all the big bad evil, including the monster rush that invaded Malin's village, came from a single source. So naturally, one of our first points of investigation is Neo Tokyo. Where, well, Baruga eradicated all the people living there. And it turns out, we find a transceiver, and then we hear a little girl on the other end of the transceiver. She has no idea how transceivers work, so we can actually not give her a message back. She's just really scared, and somewhere down here, in this area. So we try to get to her, one way or another, and, well, that's kind of what we are doing right now. We are trying to find her. Since, well, in the transceiver background we heard that there is water, and the only place where is water in Neo Tokyo is in the sewers. We go through the sewer system, which looks more like catacombs if you think about it. Find the key to open the door on the left, and then move on. By the way, fun fact, if I were to use now a bone pin to get out of this area, I would not be able to open the door, which we supposedly got the key for. No. What actually opens the door is a cutscene on the next screen after this one. It's a bit weird, but that's how it works. I guess the developers got a bit lazy on this one. Maybe. That death already took longer than time to save by doing it. But I already saved at Neo Tokyo. At the... well, the other village one. So I did not need to save separately. Though it definitely saved time in comparison to not taking it. I don't actually need the money. So, this door is now open thanks to the key, supposedly, but it's actually the cutscene. And here's the little girl. She's really scared because something's chasing her. And it turns out to be a lion! Oh no! Let's save her quickly. After we defeat those purple balls. I don't think anyone ever came up with a... oh shoot. I don't think anyone ever came up with a proper route for taking a different ship route though one before that was decided whether that's the case or not. So, by the way, I'm cursed by a death curse. If that thing runs out, I'm just straight up dead. Which I'm not going to make it. That's unfortunate. So what I need to do is I have a wind pin here. I should not have gotten hit by that in the first place, but well, I did. I used the wind pin to cure any abnormal status effect, otherwise I would just straight up die. It saves like 8 seconds. I don't think anyone ever timed out the other route though, I'm pretty sure about that. I'm reasonably sure it's not just 8 seconds in this case. As in, if you already are doing the end boogie route, I'm pretty sure this is faster. Well, a fair bit faster. But, to be fair, you're the boss on this game, so... yeah, I'll just put it like this, I probably don't know anything. So either way, back to the game, sorry. It turns out this lion is Liam. Somehow they captured him and brought him to the zoo in Neo Tokyo, and now he was just chasing after the little girl because she had a starstone. Remember, you gave Liam a starstone as a, well, testament to his courage, and he was just kind of looking for his starstone. So, now that Liam knows that this is not his starstone, plus, actually it is not his starstone, this was the little girl's starstone that they gave through the generations in her family. Liam's starstone is in a different place. And since we need the starstones anyways, I guess Liam kind of agreed to us just getting that thing. At least that's my vision of it. By the way, I'm not entirely sure whether I'm collecting those in the correct order. I do not know. But yeah, as I said, sorry Vaughn. I know you've spent a lot more time in this than me. So, this is another star piece that we need to collect in here. So, what would you do if you found some weird liquid in... well, yeah, you drink it. In a remote Inca... I don't know, burial ground? Oh, that's a good point, man. You save anyway for uncheated manipulation. Sorry, alright, I forgot about that. That makes a lot more sense now. So, it turns out, after you drink that liquid, you have a pretty ridiculous fever dream, where you seem to see Mei Lin and Peril and Meiho, all in those places, but instead of being actually, well, what they seem to be, as in their individual avatars, they represent different people entirely. As in, Mei Lin claims to be a queen. Actually, I don't know what they claim to be. Either way, it's a really crazy fever dream in the end. But at the same time, it seems to have some truth to it. One way or another, it's a vision. Something like that. I don't know. It's rather special. So, alrighty. It turns out in that fever dream we find Princess L, Android and Lady Fida. It turns out Android and Lady Fida seem to have become a couple over time now. By the way, this is one of the most confusing cutscenes in the entire game. As I said, the characters are not who they represent, as in not truly, because this is some sort of fever dream. But at the same time, they seem to be strikingly similar to what they originally were. More specifically, the idea of reincarnation plays into the role again. It might be... it's not just a vision of the future or the past. It might be that those characters are different incarnations of who they were in their previous lives, or are going to be in their future lives. Something like that. Either way, the princess goes mad and kills Roy and Lady Fida, more specifically the two people that they represent. The princess here is supposed to be, well, the one who drank some liquid and then survived for 2 years in total darkness and solitude, and then became a godlike entity. And that is kind of why she was mocking Roy and Lady Fida, as they were the guardians checking in on her. It is really strange. Either way, after this kind of fever dream we gain another star piece. I definitely have to go back and replay the English version once in a while so I actually know what is going on exactly. Oh yeah, fun fact, you can skip this cutscene and it obviously slower. True. It's really weird. So we have 2 more star pieces to collect, but they are really quick to collect. One is over here in the desert. So it turns out this is Liam's star piece that we are going to be finding here. So somehow some adventurer got a hold of Liam's star piece and brought it here, which is also why we know the one in the Neo Tokyo sewers was not actually his. He just assumed that was his because it was stolen some time ago, and he got captured and brought to a zoo. So yeah, I guess he doesn't really know much about that stuff. Either way, the last star piece is in Australia, on what they call the Ayers Rock. Even though it's not red, it's the Ayers Rock. Up here we will find a weird guy who just kind of says, I was waiting for someone who would eventually arrive here, as the prophecy was foretold, and he asks us whether we are the one. And we say, sure we are. And he just gives us what was inherited by him, and he knew, just somehow he knew he needed to give us this star piece. It's rather spectacular. So we have all the star pieces now, and we are on our way to the south, where we will visit the grave of the ancient hero, and then deposit the last star piece. So this is the barren place that is the grave of the ancient hero. We equip the star pieces, place them in one of the skulls each. The order technically doesn't matter, but I don't know the actual speedrun order anymore, sorry. We click in the last star piece into the skulls, and the resurrection of the hero will begin. So the soul of the ancient hero has a silhouette very similar to ours, as you would like to imagine. And it turns out We are not all that different. So, here's an explanation as to what we may have already realized, but I didn't explicitly say so far. The underground village of Krista, where Ark, our hero, is coming from, is actually just a copy of Stockholm. It's not the other way around, or it's just a good replica, it's a literal copy. The characters in Krista are copies of overworld people. That is why the originals more or less still exist, or their further incarnations one way or another. And so we have here chapter 4, the resurrection of a hero. So that also subsequently means Ark has to be the copy of a very powerful being, and it turns out he is the copy of the ancient hero. What does that mean? What is it a copy of? Who created that copy? That copy is created by, well, the big bad evil dude, Dark Gaia. It turns out Krista was all just a creation to deceive the copy of the ancient hero, the dark copy so to speak, to resurrect the genius and advance the world far enough so Dark Gaia could harness its energy. And Dr. Beruga was part of that final step of the plan. I think in Illusion of Time there's a different explanation as to what Dark Gaia actually is, and that seems to be a very interesting theory to go about. I don't remember it exactly. However, for us, in order to shake off the shackles of Dark Gaia, we needed to merge with the ancient hero's soul. Essentially, we gave it our body, and are being reborn as a new little kid. So this baby here was somehow brought to the princess of the overworld, as in the Princess L. She was taking care of it as she returned back to her home village in Stockholm. And that is where she kind of nurtured and fed you up until now. She did that because the little baby reminded her of, well, Ark, the hero. That is also why she gave you this name. And it turns out this lady here, Elle, was tasked by the Elder of the Underground to kill this little baby. Literally. She doesn't really realize that this is you. And here, finally, the two elves meet. And as you may be able to imagine, the Princess of the Overworld is the original, and the elf from the Underworld is the copy. So our girlfriend is actually the copy, that is why they look so similar. And here is also Yomi. Yomi urges the underground elf to finish her task, finish off the little baby before it's too late. And this is also, by the way, as to why Yomi knew the password to Dr. Beruga's computer. Yomi all this time was a servant of Dark Gaia, the big bad evil dude that we were supposed to be destroying. Why are we killed? Essentially this is the same theme again. Death and rebirth, or reincarnation for that matter. That is the entire theme of the game. And I guess also since the body of Ark was created through Dark Gaia, you could say Ark's original body was made out of crystal blue that Dark Gaia formed, and so in order to shake that off, Ark had to become a little infant again and inherit a new body that was not created by Dark Gaia. Also here, in this cutscene, all the, let's say, divine entities of the individual places like the Ratri, the Lord Kumari, the Kingbird and King Leo are all calling out to Ark that it is now time to wake up. It's a super convoluted story, but it's kind of fascinating to think about. So this is where the hero is reborn. So by the way, here is where Underworld Elle now finally realizes who she was trying to kill. And she's trying to run away now, because, well, that's not exactly a great thing to have happen, is it? You don't want to kill your boyfriend by accident, or something like that anyways. She was really scared that she would never see you again, and now it turns out to be something like this. Yomi, more specifically Darkside Yomi, which is a copy of the Lightside Yomis one way or another, tries to finish off Ark by himself now. He freezes Ark into place, and Elle naturally does whatever she... well... what do we need to do, since Ark is frozen in place and would get killed off by Yomi? She just kind of decides to, instead of killing Ark, she is taking Yomi with her. That way, he hopefully would lead a better life. Since she was with Dark Gaia, she cannot really shake those shackles forever. And, well... that is how her little life ends. In the same vein, by the way, how the village underground seems to have only existed for a few moments. The head of the mill never actually knew who created the mill, and was just kind of amazed how it all worked out. The people realizing that you can create anything out of crystal blue, then turning into blue statues as soon as some souls left them, or them being powered by souls in the first place. That is all part of Dark Gaia's creation. And here, the Princess Elle just kind of realizes in what kind of pain our hero is, since he just lost his girlfriend. He brought the ultimate sacrifice. And this is the weapon that she was protecting. This is what Stockholm was hiding from Dark Gaia's grasps. That is what they didn't want to give them, and why her entire village was slaughtered. These are the inherits of the old hero. Pandora's box, in fact the original Pandora's box, including the original Yomi. He gives you the true weapons of the hero, including the strongest weapon in the game and the strongest armor in the game. We are not going to equip the armor, we still want to get the damage boost from the Enbu gear. Oh, whoop, I should not have opened the box yet. And with that, we are tasked to go out and right what is wrong. At least that's the idea. On our doorstep outside, we get a little messenger in the form of a bird. The bird tells us that the people he has gathered, the strong allies he has managed to find along his journey, have gathered in front of Beruga's lab that they located in Siberia. So our task is now to get to Siberia as quick as possible, and also, well, join up with them in order to finish Dr. Beruga once and for all, since he seems to be the main tool that was harnessed by Dark Gaia. And, well, this is where we are going. Equipping the shoes, equipping the new weapon, and keeping the old armor on, because it gives me a damage boost. And then using a bone pin to get out of this area once more, and then we are off to North America once again to fly over to Siberia. So by the way, a lot of this is just theory, what I just blabbered all about. But for me it is the most, well, sound theory so far. If you have a better one, feel free to pronounce it. So our Yomi pal from the beginning just got replaced with another Yomi. Exactly. That is why we more or less have the same inventory again. This is the inventory of the old hero. The old hero who happened to be around for, well, a fair bit longer, so to speak. Oopsie, I did not mean to go in here. But not sure if that's true, but I read somewhere that the Enbu pikes represents the weapon Will uses in IOG. Interesting. I definitely should play through IRG sometime soon again. So yeah, now we are over here in the Balkans. We walk over to Siberia, where we meet up with our strong allies. And this is kind of where I really like this game. You're not the only guy that has power and can do stuff. You meet up with Mayho, who organized this entire deal, and he managed to locate the base. And now Melin and Peril are going to help you infiltrate the base. They are taking the side entrance, whereas Melin and you try to straight up go through the front. Melin will go ahead and darken some cameras with her illusions so we don't get discovered prematurely. And that way you're just going to run straight through here. There we go. She disabled the cameras and we now can go through. Thank you very much, Malin. She will now create further illusions so you don't get discovered right away. And we move on. The others are already in here. We get transported over by this hook, but is guided by Royd. Apparently Royd and Lady Fida are in this facility as well. And Peril is over here too. Why couldn't we just take the path that Peril took? Not sure. Either way, ahead there are some deadly lasers, but hey, Peril has a skateboard. Skateboard is way stronger than lasers that are deadly, and he just destroys them. And we move in. Let's go further. Whoopa. And Lady Fida is around here too. Hey lady. He tells us that, hey, we need to activate those switches at the same time. I was just looking for someone to do there. Let's do this. Thank you. And the door stays open. Now we can move on. And as usual, we defeat some enemies along the way. That way we will gain some experience. Our goal is to be level 29 for our final level sometime soon-ish. Not quite yet, that would be a bit early. Either way, it doesn't really matter. We just need it some time. But we don't want to stop for leveling up, so that's the idea. We just keep... Wow, I didn't know we could shoot through there. We could just keep moving through the laboratory. And then we get here, where Royd just kind of starts operating those prototype weapons to open up the gate ahead of us. And by the way, I feel like Royd has probably the best theme of all characters. Thank you, buddy, and let's go. Just moving on. Oh, I think I went the wrong way. I need to go in here. Yep, that's it. So, all our companions are in the other rooms, and we need to press the switches once again at the same time to open up the hatch on the east. And Dr. Beruga, we learned, is trying to... I probably should kill those. Is trying to escape via airship. So we cannot really let that happen, so we try to stop him. Or, well, we might as well jump onto the airship ourselves. We managed to get onto the airship just in time, where Royd and Lady Fida are already waiting. They already finished gathering some more supplies when they infiltrated earlier, and they found some time bombs. So their plan is to destroy all the escape vessels, and my job is to plant the time bombs, or the remote bombs, whatever you want to call them, in the locations where the computers are residing. The computers are what keeps the ship in the air, and so if we destroy all the computers, this air should be falling. And hopefully Dr. Beruga with it. That's the plan anyways. Alrighty. It's running through here. But yeah, for me, my favorite part of the story is when you start to realize as to why the villagers are turning blue when they get frozen. They're not truly getting frozen, it's just their souls are leaving their body, and the original form from the crystal blue re-emerges because they are no longer, well, moving around and living like all the monsters do as well. So we reach level 29. That is my final level. I do not need to kill any more enemies. So we move out. One more computer to plant the time bomb in. And then we finally can confront Dr. Baruga when he has nowhere to escape anymore. And as we make our final steps, we explode the bombs. Boom, 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 boom. And hurry to get to Dr. Baruga. There's no way you could have taken the same path as him. He has a skateboard. Oh, that's actually a good point, Numsku. I approve of that. So, here, Dr. Baruga just kind of starts laughing at you. Ha ha ha, you fools. I don't need escape pods. I have jet boots. That's literally what he says. But then, karma strikes. And Dr. Baruga gets destroyed. So, with Dark Gaia's influence out of the way, one way or another, we are just descending and falling from the airship. So it turns out, our original plan to use the jetpacks that we gathered does not longer work because they were powered by the computer as well, so we had no way to escape. Luckily, the Kingbird tried to send seagulls up our way to save us. Unfortunately, only one of the seagulls managed to get up here, because it's way too high up to fly there. And, well, Lady Fida and Royd decide you are the hero. Goodbye. And that is kind of why I think the fever dream in Chile is not just for show, I think it's actually literal foreshadowing. Because in there, Lady Fida and Royd, they were together at the end. And they also sacrificed themselves one way or another. And this is where the circle closes itself. I'm going to save here. One last time. And talk to Columbus here. Columbus turns out to be, as I mentioned earlier, he was not tortured and kept captive in the prison by Bloody Mary because he killed, well, he caused the death of her sons. No, that would be silly. What actually happened was that Bloody Mary was with Dark Gaia, and she was in it to try and get the secret weapons that were hidden in Stockholm. Columbus was the guy who hid the weapons in Stockholm. By the way, if you talk with any of the villagers, you now know those are all fake. And what happens to them? They just kind of go, "It's too bad you couldn't be one of us. You would have been awesome." Down here, the Elder turns out to be essentially the human form of Dark Gaia himself. Well, let's go outside, old man, and finish this once and for all. So, I actually don't remember what they discussed in this dialogue, but essentially, the Elder goes, "Well, it's time to show you my true form, my real power. Let's see who ends up being stronger." So, we are now on a staircase. I should not have gone into the blocks right away, by the way. I kind of messed that up. I equip a light bulb, then we wait. So once again I go into the box as soon as the text pops up where Dark Gaia exclaims his ideas and intentions to be able to skip that text. And then we face off against Dark Gaia in the final battle. By the way, this staircase here is infinite both towards the top and the bottom. Well then, this is the crystal form, or the crystal blue form of Dark Gaia in his armor. Oh, whoopsie. Not clever. Oh god, how did I miss that? That's silly. I mismatched that. You can guarantee killing Dark Gaia here right away, basically. Well, if I don't mismanage his forms, that is. Oh well, that's okay. So you get to see a bit more of his attacks. And there we go. Form 1 of Dark Gaia has been destroyed. Let's move on. It just loops when you loop Metal Diver cheats. Nice. And here we have our final boss, Dark Gaia himself. Dark Gaia, his weakest attack you can do against him is just regular swings. It also turns out he does approximately... Oopsie, I should have done that earlier. Ouch. He does approximately a maximum of 210 damage, I believe, with his attacks. Which is also why I need to heal up right here. And stop getting hit, please. The worst attack he can do is his gigantic laser, and I just messed that up again. Because that lags and takes a really long time to complete. This one is what I don't want to see. 210 is for 28 with red armor. Oh yeah, I'm level 29, that's true. I think Dark Gaia is their sort of like cosmic reset button whenever humanity or life progresses too far. I think the theory is from Illusion of Gaia that Dark Gaia is a cosmic entity from a different planet who is just harnessing the energy of the Earth. And for him, in order to advance humanity quick enough, as in, it just cycles it through resurrection and death as a spiral for, well, a really long time, again and again and again. That is his idea of harnessing the energy of humanity. I think at least there's something like that. That is why the apocalypse and resurrection happens so frequently again and again, or happens in the first place. So, supposedly this is probably not the first cycle of the entire thing that happens. Sounds like Chrono Trigger? I don't actually know. And there we go. Dark Gaia has been defeated. And we have won. So Dark Gaia is pretty much the son of Buddha and Lavos. I'm not sure about that. I don't think you can compare it like that. I don't actually know what Lavos does. Still need to read that up at some point. Either way, we defeat Dark Gaia, and we end this cycle of death and resurrection. And we get to one of the most interesting endings. Well, in my opinion, the ending for Terranigma is nothing really spectacular or grand or glorious. It just completes the story in a very fitting way for how the game did that storytelling up until this point. So, since there is always an opposite to everything, Light Gaia reaches out to us, instead of Dark Gaia, and tells us that we need to remove everything that was created by Dark Gaia. And that includes every last little piece of it. The copy that he created through Crystal Blue in Krista, and everything with it, and that also includes the copy of the hero. That is you, Ark, even though you are merged with the hero. Or even though you are reborn and you shook off the shackles, everything that Dark Gaia has created needs to get reset and thrown away. Only that way Dark Gaia can be destroyed. And I just came up with a different theory here too. So, at the very beginning of the game, Ark had a nightmare where he dreamt that everything came to an end. As in, everything kind of ended one way or another. And, well, this is going to be very reminiscent of what is going to happen here soon. Because, well, let's put it this way. Light Gaia, he's not a monster. He will at least give you a little bit of closure, so to speak. So here is where Light Gaia talks to you, where he exclaims that everything Dark Gaia created needs to be destroyed. And you know what I just thought of? How do we know that Light Gaia is actually the good guy? How do we know light and dark guy isn't the same entity? That just plays his role. Either way, we have one final wish granted. Where Ark, our hero, who went through this journey, he was granted one final day in Krista, how it was before he had to move on to his adventure. So basically, we wake up in front of our girlfriend, Elle, which just kind of tells us, "Hey, Ark, what is going on? You spaced out, what are you doing?" And it just kind of go, no, nothing. And if you just kind of walk around in the village, everyone is behaving like they would normally do. In, I believe, the German version anyways, there are a few changes to their dialogue. For example, this guy is telling you that the fishes are not biting. The guy on the right, who is growing vegetables, he tells you they seem to be no longer growing, they seem to no longer prosper. So it's an idea of impending doom that is hanging over the village. And basically, as soon as this last day ends, it will all be over. If you try to open this blue door here, you just kind of ask, what is in this door? They just tell you, you're silly. That's our, well, little chamber for brooms and pots and stuff. You know that, don't you? You've been living here for a long time. And well, with that, we go for our long, last final sleep, until everything is over. Light Gaia isn't good or evil, just light and dark Gaia isn't. They are just destruction and growth, two sides of the same coin. I like you, atheist. And yeah, here, basically Ark's last wish was, he wished he could just see the world as it has become, as it grows up and it prospers. He would like to be reborn as a bird, to see, well, the surface one last time. Uh-oh, guys, I'm about to finish. Guys, I just finished the story. Run is complete. Ryu, thank you so much for the massive host. Host. I really appreciate that. No. Sorry, Kashura. I just completed here. Story time is over. Our hero has been, well, reborn as a bird. And welcome everybody. Thank you very much for the host, Ryu. I hope you can hear me. And just for reference, I'm about to close out the stream myself. Almost 9.5 hours now. I went through my old speedruns before I go on to new ones. I like to revisit them once in a while, so why not? Let's go for a raid. Alright, Ryu, where are we going? Just for reference, I'm going to let the credits play out here, because I love this music. And just kind of the completion that it gives to you. If you have never seen Terranigma or played it, I can highly recommend this game to you. So yeah, Ryu, where are we going? Will this lore percent be on YouTube again? I didn't plan on putting this on YouTube because I guess it's not the same technically. It's not a particularly good run either. Your call? Alright, let me look up who might be streaming right now. The story is actually almost concluded, there is just one last tidbit. But for the Ryu people that kind of missed out on the entirety of the story so far, that I've been telling through speedrunning this game, which by the way is what I like doing once in a while, you may not exactly understand what is going on. Let's see. Who is going to be our way target? Alright, let's go to Eswoogie. I think Eswoogie is a really good one. By the way, I love this music, just listen to it. Hang on a second. So yeah. This game, for anyone who doesn't know, unfortunately, there was never an American release. Only Japanese and US has gotten a release of this game. So I like to bring this closer to our American friends once in a while. Although this was just the ending of this run here. So, I would say, for anyone who is completed watching this for now, please, our next target is going to be Eswoogie. And he is really awesome. I like Eswoogie. Bit different, very different than me, still really awesome. Is that supposed to be a ship who knew birds could also fly in space? No, it's just kind of flying high up. Space isn't that close to Earth, I don't think. Didn't you mean Japanese and EU? Oh yeah, those were the releases. Did I say something else? Yeah, Cubic Header is correct, those were the releases. So, and as our, let's say, bird makes one final travel to Stockholm, the story concludes in... Considering that there are so many open questions and the game never explicitly tells you how something plays out one way or another, or how it exactly went down for the most part, you can kind of imagine your own idea of what happens in the end. So essentially, maybe the bird was just a representation of Ark's travel. Maybe it transported Ark there. Either way, our princess here is just living her solitude life in Stockholm, and in the early morning suddenly someone is hammering on her door. Considering it is hammering rather than pecking on the door, I would like to imagine it's just, well, let's put it this way, it's not just a bird that she meets outside her doorstep. There we go. That was Terranigma. Alrighty. Thank you everybody for watching, for lurking and being around. I really appreciate that. I hope you all have a wonderful evening, a good weekend to anybody. And this is the end for me for today. Not sure what's going to be going on tomorrow. We'll see. Take care everybody, and maybe until next time. For anyone interested who only recently joined, if you would like to know the entire story, I have both a lore percent run on YouTube, or you could just watch the VOD of this one here. Take care.